Wall Street, we do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna is referring Fed Chair Jay Powell to the U.S. Department of Justice for criminal charges. That, according to Fox News, citing Luna's letter to the DOJ. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ are all advancing. Right now, we are trading very close to session highs with the S&P up 31 right now at 63.28, a gain of 0.5%. We've got the Dow up 207, up 0.5%. S&P at a record, NASDAQ at a record, up 0.6%. 10-year at 4.35%, the 2-year 3.84%. Gold up $46 the ounce. Gold now surging by 1.4%. And West Texas Intermediate crude is down 0.6%, 66.94 a barrel. Gold, by the way, at 33.97 the ounce. Verizon Communications posted second quarter revenue that beat analyst estimates with operating revenue of $34.5 billion. That's up 5.2% from a year earlier. Hans Vestberg is Verizon's CEO, and on Bloomberg Open Interest this morning, he discussed tax benefits under the One Big Beautiful Bill.
When it comes to the bill that was passed, I mean, there was one piece that is very important for Verizon. That's, of course, the depreciation we can do directly on our capital investment. That have this year an impact of $1.5 billion, $2 billion on our free cash flow. So it's significant.
Hans Vestberg of Verizon. Right now, Verizon shares up 5.1%. AT&T shares trading higher. AT&T reports Wednesday up 2.2%. And T-Mobile also reports Wednesday. It shares up by 2.9%. Recapping, stocks higher. S&P up 0.5%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues right now. And back we go to Washington. Once again, your host. Here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie. Great to have Charlie Pellet with us every day here on the fastest show in politics. Welcome to the Monday edition of Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio. On the satellite radio, we're channel 121 on Sirius XM. And you can watch us live with video on YouTube or Bloomberg Originals every day here live from Washington. If you're not, of course, watching the videos that the President of the United States has been posting online. We talked about this earlier with Nancy Cook. He had quite a night, more than 24 posts on Truth Social, to the point where some of us might lose our job if we did a similar thing here. Phony mugshots of the former president, Barack Obama, the AI video of Obama being arrested in the Oval. Then there was this 3-minute captionless video that the playbook described so aptly today. Clips of a bikini-clad woman picking up, tossing a snake, a man somersaulting around a dowel down a stairway, a red Lamborghini careening beneath a truck, Clark Griswold style, a man jumping a fence, coming face-to-face with a speeding train, a woman breakdancing. This is what's going through the mind of the commander-in-chief on a Sunday evening, ahead of his phone call, apparently, with Howard Lutnick. And it's, of course, making everybody wonder what the motivation here and whether it's named Jeffrey Epstein in an effort to change the topic to anything other than this. Our panel is with us today to get into this and a lot more. Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano on the Monday edition. Rick, our Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital. Jeannie is Senior Democracy Fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Great to see you both. Happy Monday. Rick, we don't dare get into the mind of Donald Trump, but you know a little bit about political strategy. Is the White House embarking on some sort of 4D chess to change the topic here, and will it ever work?
I'm hoping we're going to find out today that he'd lost his phone and somebody else was doing
He's
all
been
of
hacked.
this,
Yeah.
this posting. You know, look, it's not the first time somebody has tried to distract the public, especially in the summertime scandals like the Jeffrey Epstein thing. And that's the whole movie was made. Wag the dog, right? They invented a war in that one.
That's correct.
Good news, we have not declared war on anybody. I just worry it's on the game sheet, though. When I'm done posting crazy videos, maybe we go attack somebody. And I make light of it only because it's the most nonsensical stuff you've ever seen come from a president's Twitter feed, or in this case, Truth Social. And so I really do wonder, I mean, like, you know, are they chipping away at the president's prestige and credibility at the same time of trying to distract people's attention?
Right.
And I don't think it's a fair trade. There are new polls out American Research Group has one where his approval rating's at 38%. That's not a good place to be.
Yes.
Now, you're never going to be on another ballot. Maybe he doesn't care. But why do all this then if you don't care?
CBS, I believe, had him at 42% over the weekend. Here, Jeannie, the president is talking about reverting the name of Washington's football team back to what it used to be, along with Cleveland's baseball team. He says he'll block a stadium deal here in Washington if they don't listen. I don't know if he's talking to Dan Snyder on the phone at night here, but where do you think this came from? And to Rick's point, what does this say about the office of the presidency?
Yeah, I think he'd talk about changing even my name if he thought it would help, if it, would distract. But of course, it won't. He is, really, really desperate to turn the page on this Epstein story. And the Wall Street Journal gave him an opening with the story, and he then launched the lawsuit. And over the weekend, he had a lot of support from his base. And so, that was sort of a gift from the Wall Street Journal. But it hasn't been enough, which raises the worries that Rick was just talking about, which are not even funny, about what does he do next. If 12, 24, however many Truth Social posts of such nonsense aren't enough to distract, then what is he going to turn to? Because we know he'll turn to something. And one really important poll we saw over the weekend was the CBS poll you just mentioned. 8 or 9 out of 10 Americans, including Republicans, saying that all the Epstein material should be released. So bottom line for this president is he can do handstands and headstands on the White House lawn for how long as he wants. He is not going to be able to distract people from this, at least not now. And this is an unusual position for Donald Trump to be in.
There's so much I want to ask you about here. The reaction from the White House when Politico tried to follow up on this to say, hey, is this about Epstein? Quote, the fact that Playbook is still asking questions about a story no one outside the Beltway is talking about anymore shows how out of touch this news outlet truly is. The American people will not be distracted by this media narrative that has nothing to do with what they care about. Fast forward to the Wall Street Journal. He's apparently going to sue Rupert Murdoch and the Journal for publishing what he says is a fake letter to Jeffrey Epstein. Do these attempts to muzzle the media work based on what you've seen from him, or make it worse?
Yeah, I think that he's clearly been paid by some media organizations for similar threats. He was paid by CBS for saying that they rigged a 60 Minutes interview with Kamala Harris. I would say that promotes that kind of behavior. $10 billion to Rupert Murdoch, that may be a little extreme.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. And yet this is his standard, right? I mean, Donald Trump's knee-jerk reaction to anything that's an attack on him or things that might be damaging to him is, I'll sue. And anybody who thought that was going to change as president of the United States is foolish. The difference now is that the American taxpayer pays his lawyer fees, and he doesn't. And so he's got the entire Justice Department cranked up to go after his enemies, which are defined as anybody who says anything about Jeffrey Epstein or anybody who attacks him in any way. I think this is a very kind of edgy experience for most people in Washington, because the question has always been, what's appropriate speech? This goes beyond that significantly. Enter
Anna Paulina Luna, Jeannie, if you're just catching up on this. The Republican from Florida, Republican representative, not just a friend of Trump, but is certainly a MAGA loyalist, is now referring Jay Powell to the Department of Justice for criminal charges, saying that he lied twice to Congress, and this has to do with the renovation of the Federal Reserve building. Rick, you probably drove by it on your way in here today. Is this another example of trying to change the subject, and he's got a lawmaker helping him do it?
Yeah, and we saw, by the way, on some Truth Social post by the president over the weekend that another Wall Street Journal article that frustrated him an enormous amount was the suggestion that it was Scott Bessent who had somehow convinced him not to fire Jay Powell. So the Powell of it all has really frustrated the president. We know that. And of course, he cannot make a move on Powell unless he has a reason. And so I think this is part of the administration's and their allies' attempts to find a reason that would justify the removal of Powell. It is a stretch in the courts. Certainly it will be a stretch. We don't know yet what it's like the Supreme Court would do if he ever tried to take this step. We certainly know the markets may not respond well, which is holding him back. But I think this is part and parcel of a larger attempt to go after Powell, and whether Trump fires him or not, to ensure that he, once his term is done, that he steps down and doesn't try to remain on the Fed. I mean, that is something that seems to have really lit a fire in the administration. The idea that even in May, when his term is over, he hasn't yet committed to stepping down off of the Fed completely, and that would be a frustration for the administration as well.
There is something to the irony of Donald Trump questioning renovations when the addition of gold leaf is, I mean, they're reinventing the Oval Office on a daily basis here, Rick. But when you see this, a single lawmaker in the House can refer criminal charges. Should Jay Powell be up at night worried about this?
Look, I mean, we saw this with a lot of people from the Department of Defense that Donald Trump had insisted were going to be court-martialed and put in a brig if he got elected president. They hired law firms or got law firms to help them out. Look, I think you got to take all this seriously. He's the president of the United States. I mean, like, it's sure, some of it makes you laugh because it's zany and outside the box. But it's serious enough that the president of the United States has the power, as dictated by the Supreme Court lately,
that's right,
to do things that otherwise the American public would have said, no way, can never possibly be done.
Yeah, he had Scott Besson out on TV this morning to try to clean up from that whole story. Does the president actually want Jay Powell to be gone, or is it fun having this to play with for the next 6 months?
Yeah, I don't think it's a game. Donald Trump wants lower interest rates to start driving the economy. He looks at this and says, holy smokes, I'm paying more on interest rates to make the national debt look like I've ballooned in my presidency, which is part of what he said. He's like, when he got elected, he says, I want to, create peace, stop wars, get a Nobel Prize, and I want everybody to be rich. I want the United States to be the richest country in the world. Now, if he does it on the backs of massive debt, that's not actually becoming rich.
Yeah.
And so he's super sensitive to that. And when he sees that the policies that his country has been embarked upon for the first 6 months, this is an anniversary, and it's like the low growth country, not the same growth that he inherited from the Biden administration. It's got to make him crazy.
You wouldn't know by looking at the stock market, though, Jeannie, when you see the S&P 500 notching new highs on an almost daily basis here. What does it tell you? Is the market more sophisticated than Washington to see through all of this? Or is there another shoe to drop?
I think that for now, the market feels like it is not going to be negatively impacted by what is going on in Washington for the moment. But I think very, very quickly that could change. And I think that's part of the reason why the president has to be very, very careful with any attempt to remove a Scott Besson or to shake the market at all. And of course, we are waiting for another shoe to drop in the name of tariffs as well. Not to mention, we have a Congress who can't really appropriate by regular order. And so we are looking for next year's budget. Who knows what that's going to look like on top of the very concerning debt and deficit we've just seen the big, beautiful bill add. So there's a lot of other shoes to drop. But for the moment, I think the market is feeling okay. And so that's, I think, more reason for the president to be cautious. But this is a president who, when you think he's going to go to the right, goes to the left and vice versa. So everybody knows to be on their guard, including the market.
We've only got about a minute here, Rick, but you work in the investment community. What do you make of this? That August 1st is in like 5 minutes. This market doesn't seem to think that anything to worry about is about to happen, and that this is a president who, in the end, will look out for business.
Yeah, look, I mean, some aspects of volatility can be profit-making. And so if you're a trader, you're looking at this and thinking, wow, this is the most active market we've seen in a decade. If you're a bond trader, you've got a different challenge ahead of you. But the lack of regulation is great for corporations. And the fact that there seems to be a more tolerant aspect toward combinations, mergers and acquisitions. My heavens to Betsy, there was even a SPAC the other day. I mean, and nobody's going after it. And now we've unleashed crypto, and there are going to be all kinds of developments in that sector. So it is a business-friendly administration. And in that regards, it pays off on the markets.
Especially if you trade volatility. That's the key. Really smart. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano will be back with us in our second hour here on Balance of Power. We're live from Washington with much more ahead. We go to the White House with Tyler Kendall for the latest on this drive to refer Jay Powell to the Department of Justice. And we're going to look at the midterms as well with Kyle Kondik coming up next, only on Bloomberg.
From Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
There's a criminal referral for the chair of the Federal Reserve. Welcome to the Monday edition of Balance of Power, as a Republican House member now accuses Jay Powell of lying to Congress, referring him to the Department of Justice today. Thanks for joining us live from Washington. I'm Joe Matthew. We'll get an update on this from Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall, who is at the White House right now. And we'll look ahead to the midterms, along with a new effort to redraw congressional districts in conversation with Kyle Kondik at Sabato's Crystal Ball at the University of Virginia's Center for Politics. Analysis this hour from our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are with us for the duration. And we start, as always, with a look at Wall Street. Charlie Pellet's got his hands on the markets in the Monday trade. Charlie, how's it look?
Right now, looking at a lot of green, Joe Matthew. Records, in fact, for the S&P 500 index and for NASDAQ. Stocks are pushing higher with the S&P right now up 36. That is a gain of just about 0.6% right now. Very close to session highs. We've got the Dow up 236, up 0.5%, while NASDAQ now higher by 149, up 0.7%. The start of a busy week for corporate America saw stocks climbing to records, traders looking for signs of resilience in earnings amid tariff risks. Treasury yields fell alongside the dollar, the 10-year now at 4.35%, the 2-year 3.84%. Spot gold is surging $45 the ounce, up 1.4%, $33.95. We've got West Texas Intermediate crude retreating, 66.83 a barrel, down 0.8%, and Bitcoin lower right now by 0.3% at 117,819 on Bitcoin. A busy earnings week that will include results out of Tesla and Alphabet on Wednesday. Tomorrow, Lockheed Martin and Coca-Cola. Tesla shares, they're down 0.1%. Alphabet up 2.4% ahead of earnings. Lockheed Martin shares, they're up 0.5%. Coca-Cola ahead of earnings this week, up 0.7%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. And back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, many thanks to have Charlie Pellet with us. He'll have another update on the markets coming up shortly here as we talk politics live from Washington, with our eyes on a couple of stories today, including one that is now just developing with Fox News reporting that there is a criminal referral for the chair of the Federal Reserve, Representative Anna Paulina Luna, the Republican from Florida, putting forth this paperwork accusing Jay Powell of lying in two specific instances in congressional testimony, lying under oath, of course, talking about the renovations at the Federal Reserve building that are underway right now that has become a bit of a controversy as the White House looks for ways to close in when it comes to Jay Powell. The president, of course, frequently mentioning his desire to fire Jay Powell. The grounds through which he may fire him on may well include this, according to Anna Paulina Luna. But this is also against the backdrop of a very chaotic time at the White House. A week from Friday is the deadline for tariffs, August 1st. We're still waiting for a number of trade deals to be announced, as we've heard from the Treasury Secretary, the Commerce Secretary, and the President himself. And much of it as well against the backdrop of a scandal involving Jeffrey Epstein, with more than 24 social media posts last evening by President Trump alone, in which he was not only celebrating the 6-month anniversary of his new term, but also putting forth videos, for instance, of former President Barack Obama, an AI video of him being arrested in the Oval Office. We want to cut through the noise here for you and get to the actual news beyond the distractions with the help of Tyler Kendall. Bloomberg's Washington correspondent is on the North Lawn of the White House right now. Tyler, what's happening in that building behind you today?
Yeah, hey, Joe. Well, it's hard to know where to start. You did a really great outline there, that there's a lot vying for perhaps the attention economy, if we could call it that, when it comes to where the White House actually wants to focus. You mentioned the trade deals, of course. This Friday will mark that 1-week mark until August 1st, and at this point, the White House hasn't given us any indication that they're going to let up on that date. Our eyes are really focused when it comes to the European Union, which has yet to get this decisive breakthrough, but it is our understanding that EU officials are really trying to ramp up the pressure and work towards a deal, because they have prepared some retaliation to go into effect if they are unable to reach a end zone when it comes to this negotiation. They, of course, are facing a 30% tariff that is higher than the 50% tariff, but still incredibly high. And our reporting indicates that in these talks, the U.S. is pushing for perhaps a baseline tariff higher than 10%, which our understanding had been the floor. Now we're seeing reports that perhaps this could end up closer to that 15% range. And this would be in exchange, the EU would accept perhaps this higher baseline tariff, because they're trying to get some sort of exemptions when it comes to those sector-specific tariffs, as you well know, enacted under Section Section 232 national security concerns on a totally separate legal basis track, but that would be some sort of quotas when it comes to steel and aluminum as well as auto. So we really have seen this push from the administration. They say they're still on track for a deal. We heard Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, for example, Joe, over the weekend saying that he's optimistic that they could reach one. But then the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent earlier this morning in an interview did say that they are on track, but he did allude to the fact that this is a very difficult negotiation, but he added that it doesn't have to get ugly, Joe, in his words.
Yeah, interesting to see him out on TV this morning. What do we make about this referral from Representative Anna Paulina Luna? If anything, Tyler, I realize this isn't a White House story, but the president has kind of oscillated between these threats to fire Jay Powell and then recently saying he had no plans to do that. Remembering last summer, he told Bloomberg he wasn't going to fire the Fed chair. But when you hear a story like this, it makes you wonder.
Well, definitely. And one of my top questions to the Congresswoman would be whether or not she is working in tangent with the administration, because we really have seen this targeted pressure campaign. There's two important points of context to this. One is that we actually were expecting this. The Congresswoman had indicated last week that she likely was going to do this. And second, what a criminal referral is, it is an official step here. She is asking the Department of Justice to look into alleged misconduct, but that does not mean that the DOJ is actually going to launch an investigation. And that's going to be very important here, whether or not this is just messaging or if we're actually going to see something tangible come out of it. Now, we do know that administration officials, including the head of the Federal Housing Finance Agency, have called for other sorts of investigation. Bill Pulte, the head of the agency, told Kaylee and me last week on Balance of Power that he is confident that Congress will look into this. Of course, this has raised scrutiny or potential that perhaps the administration is laying the legal groundwork here to remove Jay Powell, because as you well know, Joe, that is a very, very high legal bar. In order to remove a Fed official, they would have to launch an investigation based on cause. But it really does seem to be adding to that growing list of criticism that this White House has for the Fed chair. Lastly, importantly, we should say that the Fed has said that Jerome Powell's testimony to Congress has only been truthful, and they have defended the renovation costs. It's our understanding that there is an inspector general that Powell has asked to look into the renovations.
Really important. Great reporting, Tyler. Thank you so much. Tyler Kendall, cutting to the chase. The real news here, that's what we try to distill every day on Balance of Power. We'll let you know what the noise is, but we'll also let you know what the policy is and the news that might in fact drive some decisions around here, with Anna Paulina Luna adding to the noise. But again, yes, a referral is not an official action against Jay Powell. We'll let you know if something more materializes in all of this. There is some real action that's taking place in Texas this week, and it's one of the most important political stories that you might not have heard about. A special legislative session in Texas with Republican lawmakers now poised to redraw the state's congressional maps. It's taking place over the course of the coming week with an effort, a goal here, to create 5 new districts, 5 new winnable seats, if you will, for Republican lawmakers. You might have actually heard about this last week when President Trump was asked about the effort in the White House driveway. Let's listen.
5, I think we'll get 5. And there could be some other states. We're going to get another 3 or 4 or 5 in addition. Texas would be the biggest one, and that'll be fine. Just a very simple redrawing. We pick up 5 seats. But we have a couple of other states where we'll pick up seats also.
Let's see how Kyle Kondik feels about this as he looks ahead to the midterms across the valley and to the horizon. He's the managing editor of Sabato's Crystal Ball at the University of Virginia Center for Politics and author of Campaign of Chaos. Kyle, it's great to have you back here on Bloomberg TV and radio, and congratulations on the book. I wonder your thoughts on this move specifically in Texas, because there are some other states that we want to talk about here. The idea of adding 5 new winnable seats, Donald Trump said could be enough for Republicans to maintain control of the House. What do you say?
Yeah, look, I mean, this happened 20 years ago in Texas. The circumstances are a little bit different, but there's no prohibition on mid-decade redistricting in Texas. And so back in 2003, after Republicans took control of state government, they redrew the previous map, which was sort of a version of it was a court-drawn map, but it was kind of really a Democratic gerrymander. This time, Republicans in Texas would be modifying their own gerrymander from earlier this decade. That produced a 25-13 Republican advantage in the congressional delegation. But following the 2024 election and with the White House leaning leaning on them. It seems possible that they can draw additional seats, and I think it looks like they're going to try. And then it's a question of what does the map look like, and what's the environment next year, and do they actually realize the gains that they'd be drawing for themselves on paper?
Well, Texas is our big example here, but when you add a couple of other states, is this actually a strategy to maintain control of the House?
Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, Ohio, we already knew was going to have to draw new maps. Ohio is a very convoluted redistricting system, and the map that's currently in place was only designed, or was only allowed to be in effect for two election cycles, 2022 and 2024. Republicans are basically going to have more power over the process than they did back in 2021 and 2022. Ohio has a 10-5 Republican House delegation right now. It's possible that maybe the Republicans could get that up to 12 or even 13-2. And so that's another state to watch. You know, it's possible that other states could try to reopen redistricting. Some Democrats are thinking about trying to do that, although it's harder in those states because a lot of the states where Democrats have control of state government also has some sort of restrictions on gerrymandering, or an independent commission that draws the lines. You know, Texas doesn't have that, and so it's just easy for Republicans to just reopen it in Texas. It's a lot harder in a state like California, for instance.
Let's talk about California, because Governor Gavin Newsom is always waiting in the wings here. Kyle, at a moment like this, he says California, in fact, should try to counter states like Texas by redrawing its own congressional districts. Listen to what the governor said.
When Donald Trump calls in to the Texas legislature along the lines of the phone calls he made saying, find me some votes in Georgia, and says, find me 5 more seats in Texas, they're playing by a different set of rules. They can't win by the traditional game, so they want to change the game. We can act holier than thou. We could sit on the sidelines, talk about the way the world should be, or we can recognize the existential nature that is this moment.
Let's not talk about the way the world should be. Let's talk about the way it is. In 2010, voters in California approved a measure that put the job, to your point, of drawing California's congressional map into the hands of an independent commission. So what's Gavin Newsom talking about?
Well, look, I mean, it looks like California is thinking about trying to maybe go back to the voters to ask them to grant an exception. You also could maybe make a reading of California law and say that, you know, at the start of the decade, the maps are drawn by a commission, but it doesn't necessarily say anything about the middle of the decade. Again, all this stuff would end up in court if attempted. Yes. Republicans assert that even though Democrats have, you know, that's an independent commission in California, that is still a Democratic-leaning map, and there may be some truth to that. But I think it's also true that California could have an even more lopsided delegation than it already is. It's 43-9 Democratic right now, but you could potentially draw a map where the Democrats could get an extra, you know, several number of seats out of California. But the thing is there are many more hoops to jump through for Gavin Newsom and Democrats in California than there are for Governor Greg Abbott and Republicans in Texas.
Mm-hmm. You just said something important, Kyle, and that's court. That's where all this is going, right?
Oh, yeah, I would assume there's already an active lawsuit by Democrats and their allies over the Texas map, and there surely will be again. But, you know, these cases take forever to get sorted out. So even if there was some sort of, you know, strong legal argument to be made against the maps, maybe that isn't determined until 2028. And, you know, the White House pretty clearly is looking at this and saying, hey, how can we maximize as Republicans our chance of keeping the House in 2026, which is Trump's last midterm because he's constitutionally forbidden from running for office again in 2028. And all these moves are designed toward that goal.
Remember that vote in California 15 years ago as Arnold Schwarzenegger urged voters to terminate gerrymandering. The New York Times reminds us of this in the story that they wrote up on it. Gerrymandering has been blamed for the partisan political world that we now live in. Kyle, not to get too big picture, but this is the root of our partisan evil, is it not?
I don't know if I'd go that far. I mean, I do think that, you know, in an ideal world, I think that, you know, Congress would create rules for redistricting that was sort of fair between the states. But the thing is that what your definition of fair might be and what my definition of fair might be could potentially differ. I will say that you know, you do have a situation where a lot of members are in safe seats. Even in, one of the things in gerrymandering is and this is what the current Texas map really is that you have a bunch of safe Republican seats, and then you have a smaller number of safe Democratic seats, to the point where very few of the actual districts are competitive in general elections. And that does maybe make members a little bit more, reliant on primary voters and appealing to them, as opposed to general election swing voters. But even if you had the criteria for nonpartisan redistricting, you'd still have a bunch of safe seats. So I think there's a lot of other things at play beyond gerrymandering. Even though I think we could sort of agree that drawing partisan lines for your own party's benefit, that's not something that's particularly appealing.
Kyle Connick, we just spent better part of 3 months talking about cuts to Medicaid, cuts to SNAP, cuts to food stamps. And we've seen some pretty chippy town halls leading to the conventional wisdom that in an off year, it might be even more difficult for the party in power to maintain control of Capitol Hill, the House, and maybe even in this case, the Senate. What are you seeing as the ground shifts beneath our feet here and the impact that the president's big, beautiful bill will have on the midterm elections?
Look, it's an unpopular piece of legislation. I think at the very best, Republicans, won't suffer because of it, and I think it's possible they will suffer because of it. It's hard to find examples from history of party passing a big kind of one-party piece of legislation and then benefiting from it in the next election, in the next midterm. I think we've seen throughout 2025 that there's been a handful of special elections here and there, and it kind of feels like 2017 did, in that the Democrats are sort of more engaged, that there was sort of the usual forces kind of working against the White House party. I think what's interesting about this potential gerrymander in Texas and some of the ripple effects of it is that it would open the possibility that there could, in fact, be a big wave against the Republicans next year, and that for the Democrats to win the House popular vote by several points, but Republicans might still be able to hold on the House because of new gerrymanders. So that throws the House, I think, into a little bit more uncertainty.
This is why this could be fun stuff to talk about this far out. We've only got a minute left, Kyle, but I'm curious if we should be reading into fundraising yet. The NRCC outraising the DCCC in June and for all of the second quarter. Does the money matter in a world of politics like this?
I do think it matters on the margins, although we've seen plenty of instances in recent years where one side has a big money advantage and doesn't necessarily that doesn't necessarily produce a victory for them. I think that one of the things we've seen with Democrats, I think, is that some of their fundraising may tick up, particularly as they get nominees in some of these districts that they're trying to challenge in. I think Republicans can be perfectly happy with the start they're off to in terms of fundraising, but again, I don't necessarily know if it's predictive one way or the other.
It's great to have you back, Kyle. The book, again, is Campaign of Chaos. He's managing editor, Sabato's Crystal Ball at UVA's Center for Politics, and a great mind when it comes to elections. We'll be talking to Kyle a lot more as we work our way through the next year. Kyle Connick on Bloomberg. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We'll assemble our political panel next. Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are on the way in. Bloomberg Politics contributors with the latest from Capitol Hill. It's straight ahead, right here on Bloomberg.
121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ. They're all advancing right now. In fact, trading at the best level of the day on the S&P 500 index right now, up 38, 63.35. Where we stand, that's a gain of 0.6%. The Dow up 253 now, up 0.6%. A NASDAQ higher by 163 points. NASDAQ at a record of 0.8%. 10-year 4.35% with a 2-year 3.84%. Gold up $43 the ounce, higher by 1.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.2%, 67.18 a barrel on WTI. So a lot of green on the screen right now, and among the names that will be reporting earnings after the close of trading today, we will be hearing from NXP Semi. Again, stocks higher, and a developing story at this hour is Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna is referring Fed Chair Jay Powell to the Department of Justice for criminal charges, that according to Fox, citing Luna's letter to the DOJ, a topic we are covering and will continue to cover on Balance of Power. Recapping here, S&P up by 38 points, up 0.6%. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
Thank you, Charlie. From the beautiful world headquarters in New York City, Charlie Pellet watching Wall Street for us, the voice of Wall Street and the New York subway. Keep your ears open when you get on the train. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Indeed, it's great to see you. Things are about to get scarce around here in Washington. This is the last week, the House's last scheduled week before heading off on summer recess. The Senate is only set to go through next week, although Donald Trump would like them to work overtime. The president, in a series of Truth Social posts over the weekend, also calling on senators to work overtime, saying John Thune should, quote, cancel August recess and long weekends in order to get my incredible nominees confirmed, unquote. That could happen. There might be a little bit of overtime, but we're wondering what kind of legislation could still come out of this Congress, if anything, now that the rescissions bill has passed. The crypto legislation has been signed into law by the president, and we turn to our panel for more on this. Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are with us. Jeannie, our Democratic analyst and senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Rick Davis, our Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital. Jeannie, maybe you have the answer here, because the conventional wisdom is, the narrative is, Democrats feel burned and they are not willing to play ball, that Hakeem Jeffries will sit on his hands when it comes time to write a budget for the next fiscal year. Can Congress crank out anything else from this time moving forward, including a budget for next year?
I think it's looking increasingly less likely, and it is Hakeem Jeffries. It's also Chuck Schumer. And, you know, one of the things, of the many things that happened in just the last few days, was the OMB director, Russ Vought, saying that the process should be less bipartisan. And that is just another nail in the coffin, if you will. And Democrats feel, and I think rightly so, that what is the point of them negotiating these appropriations bills if they don't have assurance that it's going to be a bipartisan process, and if they don't have assurance that once they get these bills through, that they won't be clawed back. They warned Republicans about this with the rescission package passed last week, and they are getting no assurances on that. So I think that is going to make this process something that I will be surprised if we see them negotiate these bills. I think we are headed towards a attempt at a CR and possibly, unfortunately, a shutdown unless Republicans get together, take back the power of Congress to legislate, the power of the purse that they own, and to do it in a bipartisan manner and not hang the threat of rescissions over their heads once they pass a bill.
Everybody's talking about a shutdown already, Rick. We were getting into this last week ahead of the rescissions package passing. Is that the right conversation to be having right now? What are your appropriations friends telling you when it's time to get Democrats on the phone?
Well, I mean, there have been a number of successful appropriations bills get through committee. I mean, you would think right now it seems business as usual, which usually means passage of these bills, all 12 appropriations bills, by wide margins on the floor of the Senate, 67, 84 votes in order to get those things done typically. They're not seen as partisan bills. That being said, we haven't had a rescissions package in a while, and it'll be interesting to see the timing. I mean, when does the next rescission bill get submitted from the White House to Congress? Because that could be what pushes Democrats over the edge. And if Democrats say, hey, we're done, we're not going to participate in the appropriations process, and some of them have walked out of committee meetings already, then Republicans cannot legislate on their own. They can't pass a CR. They can't pass appropriations bills in advance of that. And so by definition, you're into a government shutdown. And I really kind of wonder, like, what is the Democratic plan? I mean, Schumer's not indicating one way or another whether he was going to participate in any of this. And I do think the earlier clip with the governor of California saying, you know, we play by the wrong set of rules or the different set of rules. Maybe the Senate's going to start playing by their own set of rules. So I think there's a lot up in the air. And so I think your point, we're going to see a lot of confirmations come the next 2 weeks. There are over 120 that are waiting for action. Pipeline. I feel sorry for Senator Tim Kaine, who's going to have to come in because all the Democrats will leave. He'll have to come and just object.
And that is actually going to happen? Do they work overtime until they're done?
Yeah, they will process a lot of those, if not all of them, because they can. And so get rid of the backlog because they really can't get anything done on the appropriations process for a while now.
Understood. Jeannie, Rick brings up a great point. Is this, in fact, the plan that Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer have put together? Because Russ Vought said if this first rescissions package passes, there's going to be another one, and it's going to be bigger. That sounds to me like we've stopped talking.
Absolutely, they've stopped talking. The one thing I'll disagree with is I don't think the ball is in the Democrats' court. The ball is really in the Republicans' court. If they want to do what Russ Vought said, which is not do appropriations in a bipartisan manner, then they own this. And what we've heard from the appropriators, whether it's Murphy, whether it's Van Hollen, several others have said, the reality is we need assurances that if we are going to negotiate, you're not going to claw back. If Republicans can't give those assurances, and who knows if those would be enough, by the way, but if they can't even give those assurances, what motive do Democrats have to hand over what little power they have in this process to Republicans at this point? Chuck Schumer, let's not forget, did that in March, and he was widely attacked by his own base. And I think Democrats are waking up a little slow, but waking up to the fact that Congress and the Republicans and the president have stopped playing by normal rules and procedures when it comes to Congress. They have handed over their power to the president. And why should Democrats, they feel, play a part in that? So I do think we are likely headed for a shutdown. And I do think the Democrats just have to keep asking Republicans, do you want to play ball? Give us some assurances, and let's see if Republicans can do that.
Well, this goes both ways, Rick, as you've made the point. You get a line, the equivalent of a line item veto for the president of the United States. That could be a Democrat at some point, and governing by reconciliation would work for Democrats just as easily. Are we, in fact, setting a new course here for Congress?
Could be. We've been passing reconciliation bills a lot over the last decades, and CRs. So a lot of this budgeting process, regular order, my favorite term, has kind of declined. But I would add, look, it's an optics thing, right? Who is actually shutting down government? Republicans are going to say, hey, look, out of committee, we passed all 12 of these appropriations bills. We're ready to take this vote for the floor, but we can't get Democrats to join us in passing them. Democrats will say, because you're not playing by the same set of rules. What rules? Rescission. Nobody understands what rescission is. So let's do a CR. We'll save the day with a CR. Democrats say, no CR. What are you doing? It's rescissions. And people will say, what's a rescission? I mean, like, if I'm Johnson and Thune and I'm sitting there having lunch trying to build legislative strategy, you know, after I'm done laughing, I think they hold all the cards.
Wow. Jeannie, I don't know if Rick needs you for this debate anymore. He just did that pretty well with both sides for us here. Does he not have a point?
He has a point, but I don't think it's an effective one. The reality is people know, and particularly the Democratic base that's going to be voting in 2026, that Republicans are in charge of the legislature. They are in charge of the White House. They don't have to think about these things like rescissions. What they have to know is that Republicans are not willing to deal with Democrats. I mean, Democrats need to ask a very simple question. Can you give us assurances that if we work with you, you will not cut our feet off in the end? And if Republicans can't give that, what incentive do Democrats have to work with them? So I think it's actually the opposite of what Rick said. If Democrats just went along because they're scared of explaining what a rescissions is, then they are going to lose. They have got to stand their ground for what we all know should be a regular process of appropriating that starts in the first branch, and the president doesn't have a line item veto, nor do these rescissions work. If they negotiate and he signs, that should be the law. So I think actually it's quite the opposite. And I won't have the conversation with myself like Rick did, and I'm no comedian, but I don't think it's that complicated to explain either.
Well, so you wonder if anything that's not budget related could emerge in this Congress. Rick, is there any policy in the form of legislation that could pass this body between now and the midterms? You've got some stuff out there. Steve Daines has a bill to rename the Washington football team the president was talking about over the weekend. I mean, could something exotic get through this body?
Yeah, first of all, it's been a pretty productive Congress in the first 6 months of Donald Trump's presidency. So it's not like it's in a gridlock. And there's no downside to just posting up another reconciliation bill in the fall.
Which has been promised.
Which has been done in the past. And I would remind Jeannie, I mean, Bill Clinton did rescission packages, and the world didn't come to a stop then. Now, granted, we did have a government shutdown, but that wasn't because of rescissions. And it is a rule that the president can actually have, and if he's got a Congress that'll go along with him, great. But at the end of the day, right now, I think the Republicans, to use a term that Donald Trump uses in the Oval Office all the time, they've got the cards.
Okay, I got a little bit nervous there. Jeannie, you're talking about assurances from the other party, in your case, the Republican Party. Isn't passing a bill and signing it into law kind of the definition of an assurance? How do you get more than that?
Well, that's a question for Republicans to answer, because that's what happened. And they came back and they took back the $9 billion. And I very well remember the past rescissions policies or practices that came to the Congress. But the difference there was something that Susan Collins talked about last week, which was that came with details about what was entailed and why this money was being pulled back. There are certainly reasons to engage in a rescissions practice, but that is not what occurred in this case. And you had Republicans asking Russ Vought for details on what was happening, why it was happening, why it was needed, none of which was responded to. And so that is what is needed, is you need a policy and practice in place where you can do these things in a way that are meaningful. Yes, you can appropriate money and pull it back, but you need to know why it's happening. It can't just be Donald Trump's whim because he wants the money.
Well, you do wonder what happens to assurances on money for those tribal stations Mike Rounds asked for. Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis, Bloomberg Politics contributors. You'll only hear right here on Bloomberg.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We begin with a developing story. Cosby star Malcolm Jamal Warner has died at age 54. That according to multiple media reports, including TMZ and People. He was perhaps best known for his role as Theo Huxtable on The Cosby Show. Cause of death said to be accidental drowning while on a family vacation. Malcolm Jamal Warner dead at age 54. Stocks higher, busy week for corporate earnings. Stocks climbing to records right now. S&P up 36, 63.33, up by about 0.6%. We've got NASDAQ also at a record, up another 156 points, now at 21,051, up 0.7%. The Dow also pushing higher, up 231 on the Dow, gain there of 0.5%. 10-year, 4.35%. The 2-year, 3.84%. Gold right now up $42 the ounce, up 1.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude seeing a retreat there. WTI 67.23 a barrel, down 0.2%. Again, recapping, stocks higher and repeating a developing story at this hour. Cosby star Malcolm Jamal Warner has died at age 54. Again, this according to multiple media reports, including TMZ and People. Cause of death said to be accidental drowning. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
Okay, Charlie, many thanks as always. Breaking news and the markets every day here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. Thank you for joining us here as we bring you coverage live from Washington with a lot of questions about trade in the balance here. The president, of course, staring down a roughly 2-week deadline from now to hammer out any number of trade deals that will lead us to the August 1st deadline when it comes to reciprocal tariffs. Scott Besson and others suggesting in the past couple of days we could be in for more deals between now and then. The market, as you just heard from Charlie, does not seem to be in the mode of waiting around as we carve out new highs, it seems, on a daily basis. Even with questions about tariffs beyond reciprocal, including pharmaceutical, as the president dropped the idea of maybe a 200% tariff on foreign-made drugs. I bring this up because there's a new fascinating program that's about to enter the Bloomberg lineup that has everything to do with pharmaceuticals, with health, and yes, literally longevity. That's the name of the program. David Rubenstein does it again, diving into the rapidly evolving world of medical research in his new program, Pharma Science-Backed Wellness, to uncover the facts behind the growing human pursuit of extended, healthier living. So reads the synopsis. Here's a taste of the program that debuts tomorrow here on Bloomberg.
So today, are you confident that we can, with GLP-1 drugs, actually conquer and overcome the obesity problem?
I think this is the beginning of control of body weight, in much the same way that blood pressure was controlled over the years. We're having unprecedented success in treating patients now with the older medicines and the new generation of medicines. If you look at the earlier generation of medical treatments, we were able to get 2/3 of people to lose 5% or more of their body weight. With the latest generation, semaglutide and tirzepatide, we're getting 90% or 95%.
Just a taste of the conversation with Dr. Louis Aroney, professor of metabolic research at Weill Cornell Medical College, speaking with David Rubenstein, who joins us right now live from World Headquarters in New York. David, it's great to see you. Thank you so much for coming back on the program. We spend so much time talking about this, and I wonder what's making you invest in it now. Why are we all so consumed with our own mortality?
Well, as people get older, they generally want to live longer. Most people do. I think it's been going on for a millennium. But now we have the ability, with medications and pharmaceutical products and lifestyle changes, to actually affect how long we live. So in the year, let's say 400,000 years ago, when humans were coming out of caves as Homo sapiens, the life expectancy was 20. Today in the United States, the life expectancy is roughly 77. But somebody born today from a good zip code, good ethnicity, can probably live to 85 to 90. But people today who are already in their 50s, 60s, and 70s, what they want to do is live longer. And it's possible now because of drugs, more knowledge about weight, more knowledge about pharmaceuticals, more knowledge about so many different lifestyle changes that one could adopt that you can live longer. And so this series is about how people can affect the time that they spend on the face of the earth. So that's what it's all about.
We selected that clip on GLP-1s, which has been such a fascinating story over the past couple of years. David, a cure-all. If you ask certain people, everything from fatty liver to diabetes to obesity to sleep apnea. Have we ever seen something like this that's been approved for so many things? And to what extent does this advance our conversation about advancing our age?
Well, we all remember in school that penicillin was discovered as an accident. And we later learned that penicillin turned out to be one of the great miracle drugs of all time and saved many, many lives, of course, around the world, and still does. GLP-1 drugs were originally designed to deal with diabetes and the effects of diabetes, but it turns out that they have more significant effects than just dealing with diabetes. They can also make you lose a fair amount of weight in a way that's responsible, but also they can probably extend your life. And now more and more research is being done to show that GLP-1 drugs can probably save you many, many years on the face of the earth. You can live longer. And so many, many doctors are now beginning to prescribe it, not just for obesity, but for other related things that people can deal with.
You're no stranger to politics, of course, David Rubenstein, and I'm wondering if it's possible in this political climate we're in to talk about health in an era when Donald Trump's talking about MAHA and RFK Jr. is questioning certain sciences. If it's possible to talk about our health without bumping into politics.
Well, in Washington, D.C., everything revolves around politics to some extent. But generally, the most important thing I think we should recognize is that the purpose of government is to promote the general welfare. That's what it says in our Constitution. And what promotes the general welfare better than helping people to live longer and living healthier? And that's what health is all about. We have the finest medications in the United States, the finest healthcare in the United States. We just to make sure that people get access to it. And that's what the debate often is about in Washington. Who's going to get access to the health care and how much are they going to pay for it? But what I'm trying to do with this series is just be sure people realize that it is possible. Through changing your lifestyle, through taking some medications, you can live longer than you otherwise would live. And that's something that generally people all over the world want to do more than anything else. People want to have a happy life, a healthy life, and a longer life.
Yeah. Well, it's pretty remarkable how simple that is. And you wonder what happens to GLP-1s, what else they could be approved for if there's an oral version or so forth. But David, there's a lot of debate in Washington right now about a number of things, including pharmaceuticals, including whether they should be tariffed, as I said at the beginning of our conversation here. And I have to ask you about the way the market is looking at all of this, because you're David Rubenstein. When you see the markets continuing to see new highs in the face of such uncertainty as we've been told, what do you make of this moment, the psychology in the markets, knowing that August 1st is less than 2 weeks away? Is this market more sophisticated, a better sense of what's real and what's noise than the political class in Washington?
Well, the market generally is a pretty good indicator of what people are thinking. As a general rule of thumb, I think most CEOs in most large companies today do not know what the impact of tariffs is really going to be. And so it really hasn't factored in that much yet to most companies. Many of the companies that my own firm has under our control don't yet see the need to raise prices to deal with the tariffs because the tariffs aren't yet solidified in terms of what they're going to be. But I think most people in the market generally think the tariffs will be tolerable and probably some prices can be passed along and maybe some others can't. But I don't think most people feel that the tariffs are now a barrier to continued economic growth.
That's fascinating. How about the idea of Donald Trump as chairman of the board, having seen him make moves on specific companies? Take a look at what he's said about Tim Cook, for instance, at Apple. It's time to move your manufacturing here, and I need you to do it by this date. David is the co-founder of Carlyle. How should board members or people in the C-suite prepare for that type of environment?
Well, there is a manufacturing deficit now in the United States. There's no doubt that manufacturing has moved offshore over the last 20 to 30 years because it's very efficient to manufacture things at lower prices offshore. There's no doubt that many CEOs are now beginning to onshore some manufacturing, Well, we have to be realistic about it. It takes many, many years to build manufacturing facilities in the United States, so it may be some time before much manufacturing is going to come back here. But I suspect some companies are going to manufacture some things in the United States they otherwise would not, but some are going to give lip service to it, and some are not really going to pay that much attention to it. In the end, I suspect there will be more manufacturing in the United States 3 or 4 years from now than there is today, but a lot less than there was 20 or 30 years ago.
Well, it's pretty great to have you with us here, and I'll point everyone back to the new show. It's called Longevity, debuts tomorrow here on Bloomberg, hosted by the great David Rubenstein. Carlyle, co-founder, host of another program that you know a lot about called Peer to Peer on Bloomberg TV and radio and on Bloomberg Wealth. David, great to have you. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
With us from World Headquarters in New York, as we add the voice of Anurag Rana at Bloomberg Intelligence for an interesting story that we just wanted to plant a flag on here. Speaking of markets at new highs, you've been watching Microsoft, likely one of the most widely held stocks on Wall Street, even as it talks about a massive hack that has taken place with its technology. Pretty remarkable in this case, and Anurag is watching this for us with a new weakness targeted by hackers in Microsoft's SharePoint servers. Anurag, thanks for joining us. How significant is this breach, and why isn't the stock showing it?
Yeah, no, we don't think it's that big of a deal compared to what happened last year with CrowdStrike. In this particular case, it's one particular software package, and that's also on the on-premise version of it that's having some weakness, and they already released a patch to it. One of the things we have often said is, software that runs on the cloud is far better in terms of security, you could say prevention, than that's on the premises of a particular company or a corporation. So I think there is a little bit of a, I would say, headline risk there, but nothing to be as concerned about what we saw a year ago.
It's kind of amazing how, I guess, forgiving investors can be when it comes to this matter. Looking at CrowdStrike, the way that it's rebounded from its outage a little more than a year ago. Is this something that investors have just learned to take in stride when it comes to cyber?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right about it. When you come look at cybersecurity, I would be very surprised that there isn't a company out there, or there isn't a large tech company that doesn't get breached over time. I mean, they are facing hundreds and thousands of attacks per day, and one or two of them may get across. I think if you look at it in totality, cybersecurity is probably one of the biggest risks that we face, from a software point of view. And, someday we won't be surprised if a particular cloud service goes down, and along with that, it takes down a lot of other areas as well. So I think you're absolutely right. People are learning how to live with it, but there is an important risk for everybody to look at.
That's a big industry as well. Anurag, talk to me about the IPO market and Figma Incorporated. This is an app design and collaboration software company that is apparently going to be listing here in one of the biggest debuts of the year.
Yeah, if you remember a few years ago, Adobe had acquired Figma, or made an acquisition bid for about $20 billion, which after some regulatory scrutiny did not go through, and Adobe ended up paying about $1 billion in breakup fee to Figma. At that point, people try to understand what this company does. And at that time, I think the revenue run rate was somewhere around the 200 million mark. But just in a few years, we are now seeing a much more rapid growth rate. We think they can generate somewhere north of $1.5 billion by the end of 2026. So that's a very big number, really fast growth rate. I think this is one of the most sought out IPOs in the software world this year.
That's something else. What's the timeline? Do we know when this deal goes public?
No, I think they're just updating the S1s at this point. I don't have a good idea of when it's going to get priced, but given the stage of the market where we are, you've seen valuations are fairly high for the tech companies right now. I won't be surprised if they want to get it done as soon as possible before before the market worsens. I mean, we don't know how the market conditions shape up over the next few months. So I think in these conditions, when you have a good end market, people want to get it out as soon as possible.
Makes a lot of sense. FIG would be the ticker. Anurag, great to see you. Anurag Rana with Bloomberg Intelligence, our senior technology analyst at World Headquarters in New York. We thank you, as always, for the insights here. Donald Trump just posting to Truth Social about the Harvard case that is opening today at the federal courthouse in Boston. He writes, the Harvard case just tried in Massachusetts before an Obama-appointed judge. She is a total disaster, which I say even before hearing her ruling. I guess we won't wait for that. But we will have a lot more coming up a little bit later on today on the late edition of Balance of Power. That's at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Join me and Tyler Kendall live from Washington with much more here when it comes to politics in Washington and what's happening in Texas, the special legislative session getting underway that could create 5 new winnable Republican congressional districts, what it means for the midterms.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
And a very good afternoon, everybody. Yes, indeed. We're on TV, radio, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. I'm Carol Master.
Oh, she's back.
I feel refreshed.
You seem refreshed, Carol. We missed you. We are glad you're back. I hope you enjoyed your time away.
I did. And look, I brought with you a new record, at least on an intraday basis here.
That is all you brought me also.
You're
That's
welcome,
okay.
everybody.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Hey, a new trading week, new all-time highs on Wall Street. Traders are looking for solace in corporate earnings. A big week in earnings. We're going to be talking about that. And also the trade and the earnings eco backdrop for the rest of the hour.
I felt a little weird not covering earnings last week. Like, I got to kind of catch up still.
We should have done a phone call from you.
Yeah.
You know, standing by on the beach.
Tim who?
Yeah.
Sorry,
no.
not here.
It went
Carol's
right
not here.
straight to voicemail.
All right. Hey, listen, one of the things we want to get into is Elon Musk's his empire cracking under the strain of his antics. I should say cracking and maybe, well, more like creaking, right? Like there's just these stress points, it feels like. We're going to get on into this Bloomberg Business Week cover story. It'll be in the new issue that's coming your way shortly. It's also today's Bloomberg Big Take. I love how they did it. It's like we're going to Harvard Business School because it's like case studies.
Max Shafkin going to be by with us in just a few minutes. Also, from dodging B-52s to IT outages and more, we're going to check in on flying the, well, friendly or maybe not so friendly skies of late, because there have been a lot of challenges, Carol.
Yeah, it's been an interesting year for air and air travel. All right, let's get to it, though. Let's get a check on that trading day, those news records on Wall Street, because Charlie Pellet, broad-based rally here.
Indeed, and once again, big warm welcome back, Carol Master. You were missed. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all advancing right now. Really, in the absence of relevant economic data, Wall Street remains squarely focused on company outlooks. After the close of trading today, we'll be hearing from NXP. Right now, we have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all rallying. Looking at a gain of 0.6% on the S&P 500 index, record there. NASDAQ also at a record. NASDAQ up 0.7%. NASDAQ 100 index up 0.8%. And the Dow right now climbing by 217 points, up 0.5%. 10-year at 4.36%. The 2-year 3.84%. Gold up $44 the ounce. Spot gold now surging by 1.3%, $33.94. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil flat on the day, $67.35 a barrel. A federal judge in Boston is raising questions about the constitutionality of the Trump administration's decision to terminate more than $2 billion in federal research funding for Harvard University. President Trump says he will immediately appeal the Harvard ruling. Again, stocks higher. Also, Cosby star Malcolm Jamal Warner has died at age 54. That according to multiple media reports, including TMZ and People. He was perhaps best known for his role as Theo Huxtable on The Cosby Show. Cause of death said to be accidental drowning. Malcolm Jamal Warner dead at age 54. Recapping S&P up 0.6%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, our thoughts certainly go out to his friends and family. All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. As you just heard from Charlie, though, we do see stocks hitting fresh all-time highs. The S&P topping 6,300 as traders are looking for some signs of resilience in earnings amid tariff risks. There's a lot continuing to come at investors, Tim.
There is, but they certainly are okay with it. We got with us Bloomberg Intelligence Chief Equity Strategist Gina Mardam. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. Earnings season off and running. It's still early. Stocks, though, hitting fresh all-time highs today so far. Could close at those. Does this make sense to you?
I'm not sure how much it has anything to do with earnings and investors sort of just getting on board a very, very powerful uptrend, which is frankly hard to ignore. The FOMO is real, I would say. The other thing to consider is when everybody's questioning the uptrend, it just tends to power it higher. When finally people capitulate and everybody says, okay, it's just going to go higher, then stocks will slap us in the face. It's generally the way that the market works. I've seen an innumerable number of calls for correction coming in July and August, which to me probably means the market keeps going higher. It just, you know, sentiment can be a very, very powerful driver of stocks. And we're in a sentiment-driven market without a doubt right now because earnings are fine, but the market is priced to expect earnings to be much better than anticipated.
Well, talk to us about the, like, what going into earnings season, because remind us of expectations were coming down. So if there's a beat, it's on lowered expectations. Give us some perspective.
Yeah, so the consensus,
far,
I think that there's right now a very, very big difference between what's priced in the market and what's priced in the consensus of analyst expectations. And so that's an interesting point in time where the analyst community basically just took their numbers down to rock bottom levels in terms of expectations, with the exception of the tech space. Rock bottom levels for the second quarter. The market obviously has bounced back precipitously since Liberation Day. That in and of itself tells you the market is saying, well, even if it is relatively weak, it's going to be over in a quarter. We're going to see things get a lot better in the second half of the year and next year. So we'll see if that emerges.
Does it factor in, Gina, though, and we've talked about this, the three of us, that we are going to be, though, in a higher tariff rate environment? Yeah. More so than what we used to.
Yeah, well, we think so, but we don't know so. And I think this is the other thing that the market is defaulting to, this notion that either you have a taco situation where you don't actually get the tariffs implemented, or the tariffs are deemed illegal, right? This did emerge in the last couple of months with the International Trade Commission, or whatever the judiciary body is, suggesting that this is potentially illegal and most of these tariffs aren't going to stick anyway. And I think the market is hanging on to that notion that this is a lot of noise. It's going to continue to create noise and friction, maybe suppresses growth expectations. But ultimately, these are not tariffs that are going to last.
What happens if they're wrong about that?
Well, if they're wrong, then we have to reprice long-term growth expectations. Right now, there is an implied assumption that by 2026, this kind of goes away as a risk. And you see that in the consensus numbers, especially in the U.S. numbers, where U.S. growth rates are expected to hockey stick growth again by the latter half of 2026. Very, very strong growth reemerges, seemingly out of nowhere. That out of nowhere would be trade risk goes away. We finally get to see some accelerating growth, and regulatory sort of policy works in favor of the U.S. market.
That, to me, sounds like an environment where we don't get rate cuts.
Yeah, exactly. There is this sort of, either you think that growth is weak and you get rate cuts, or you think that growth is going to reaccelerate and you don't get rate cuts, but no one can decide which way it is. You can't have your cake and eat it too. And that could be a pretty big risk later this year is, will we actually get these rate cuts? I think right now the market is working on this notion that existed last year, which was, okay, inflation is moderating enough that allows for some normalization of tight rates. Now rates, I think we can argue whether or not they're tight or easy relative to the run rate of economic growth and inflation conditions. Even some easing inflation, if you also get an acceleration in growth, what's the argument for cutting rates? It's very questionable.
Meantime, you've got global central bankers, right? A lot of them cutting rates.
Yes, yeah, so, and that is still a big tailwind for non-domestic stocks. And you do see this emerging, or not emerging, but in the data for this year, where you've got domestic or developed markets outside the U.S. and emerging markets posting double-digit returns. U.S. stocks still sitting at a 7% return year to date. Big, big dichotomy in the return prospects, and some of that is due to the accommodation in policy.
Carol's been wearing her technical hat today because she's a little obsessed.
No, I've been wearing a sun hat and sunscreen.
A little obsessed with this story from Alexandra Semenova.
I am obsessed with this story.
The S&P 500 is sending this signal of yawning momentum under the rally's surface. The idea that the S&P 500 has gone 17 sessions without a move of 1% in either direction. It's the longest stretch of relative tranquility since December.
Yep.
You've been talking about this all day, Carol.
I just think it's interesting.
Yep.
Again, this idea that the S&P, as you said, 17 sessions without a move of 1% in either direction. Are these significant?
Yeah, not necessarily. It could go one of two ways. Either it's losing momentum or it's just consolidating the momentum that is past. It's not, in and of itself, it's not particularly meaningful until it turns in one direction or the other. Because you can consolidate gains.
Can it also be a cementing of
It's a
levels?
cementing of the gains. That's what we call a consolidation in technical terms. It's a cementing of the gains, a consolidation of the gains that had occurred in the past. Markets test those topping levels, eventually break out again higher. That's a real possibility as well. There's not a clear signal of downside emerging just yet. There's also not a clear signal of major upside momentum reemerging, but either one is possible after a consolidation phase.
So many options.
Yeah.
Any seasonality at play here?
Yeah,
getting toward August.
It's a good point. We are going into the most volatile component of the calendar.
It's the August master sell-off coming.
Yeah.
It happens always. I used to be always away, and it would always sell off.
Exactly. That's why you take your vacation in July now.
To get earlier.
But you are going away in September, so just a heads up.
Yeah,
we could see some.
It's really those
Okay.
3 months, August, September, and October. Think about the major October surprises we've had in our recent past. So those 3 months do tend to be the period of time when stocks hit volatility peaks. We'll see. There's a lot of speculation that we're going to see trade risks reemerge. But again, I think the market is likely to default to these are illegal anyway. How's this going to get passed? We'll just see.
We're going to talk eco and global economy in just a minute, but 30 seconds left here. You do a lot of traveling, and I know we've talked to you a little bit in the past about the idea of U.S. exceptionalism and maybe people not so interested. Is it coming back?
No.
No.
No, the U.S. investor is telling you that it's coming back. Outside of the U.S., is it coming back? No, it hasn't. The sentiment hasn't changed outside the U.S. The only thing that's changed is they're really worried about the outlook for trade. So where you do have potential upside that emerges if trade policy does not become downside risk is actually still outside the United States as well. Developed markets outside the United States have seen the biggest downward estimate revision as a result of trade. U.S. investors have just said, oh, it's not going to happen. Developed market investors outside the U.S. are very concerned that this is going to happen.
Well, you've set us up really well for our next conversation. So thank you, as always, and for everything else. Gina Martin-Adams, she is our Bloomberg Intelligence Chief Equity Strategist. So from the markets to the global economy, Tim, let's go.
And one of the major things that will affect the global economic outlook, that, of course, is something that we just talked to Gina about, trade and tariffs. This as the EU and the U.S. negotiators are heading into another week of intensive talks as they seek to clinch a trade deal by August 1st. That's when President Trump has threatened to hit most EU exports with a 30% tariff. And Carol, as we get telling data on U.S. consumer volumes as well.
Yeah, interesting story. So let's get into it. Bloomberg News Senior Economics Editor Chris Anstey. He is in our Boston bureau. Chris, so good to have you here. We just talked markets with Gina. Sounds like there's lots of scenarios that could come our way. Where are we on U.S. trade talks, and how do you and the Bloomberg Economics team continue to track and factor all of this into your economic models?
Yeah, it's difficult. Coming into this interview, I just kind of refreshed myself as to where we are on the state of play with a number of trading partners of the U.S., and I counted at least 4 overseas delegations scheduled to be in town this week. You've got the Europeans, as you mentioned. The Taiwanese said their trade negotiating team is going to be in Washington this week. The Koreans said their negotiator is coming. And just before the election in Japan, the chief trade negotiator, Akazawa, said he was planning to come through. So there's a lot of different teams cycling through. No clarity on how close we are to a deal. We've got the August 1st deadline coming up. Treasury Secretary Bessent said this morning that that should be a little bit of a stimulus to improve the offers that the U.S. side was getting, but really no notion here of what the next week and a half entails.
So let's talk about that as a little bit of a stimulus, because one thing that Gina Martin-Adams told us is that essentially the market right now is pricing in the fact that many, most, or all of these tariffs will not actually remain in effect come next year. Is that realistic to you based on your reporting, based on the analysis that you've read and what you found, that these are more of a stimulus to get to a different number via negotiation?
Yeah, it doesn't seem realistic, to be honest. I think you're on the right track there. How the market interprets things, I'm reminded, as you may know, I spent a number of years in Asia, and I'm reminded of something that Mark Mobius, the emerging markets legend, used to say about North Korea. North Korea used to come out and do these nuclear tests or, these ICBM tests. And after a number of years, the markets in Seoul, Hong Kong, Tokyo, kind of stopped reacting to them. And the way that Mobius said it was, well, at the end of the day, investors just don't know how to price, the risk of an outbreak of nuclear war, so they stopped trying. And it may be something similar here. Going back to the spring, you were talking about volatility in the summer months. April obviously was a very volatile month here with the Liberation Day tariffs and then the pause and so on. It may just be that, much like with North Korea, investors have decided, we don't know how to price in a fractional chance of 50% tariffs on Europe. So we're going to stop. And we'll just wait to see what the heck happens there. But meantime, we're going to look at other things. We're going to look at how the economy is doing. We're going to look at earnings. We're going to look at mergers and acquisitions,
right.
Whatever the case may be.
On that, Bloomberg's Brendan Murray out with a great story. We talked about it on our planning call this morning about how the number of shipping containers carrying U.S. imports fell for a second straight month, this is according to a private gauge. So this is basically putting that economic indicator on course for one of the sharpest year-on-year reversals on record because of the disruption from President Trump's tariffs. A number like this, perhaps not surprising considering what's going on. Perhaps could it also improve once all the trade chats, as you talked about all the delegations that are in town, once they are done?
Yeah, again, we're already at, according to the Yale Budget Lab, the highest effective U.S. tariff rate right now, not the threatened ones, but the ones in place right now are at the highest since 1910. And I think what you're seeing there in that, decline in container shipping volumes is not just some give back from the pulled forward demand from earlier this year on the part of importers, but the real impact of, high tariffs that don't seem to be going down for the duration. And that should continue to erode demand. There was this argument that, companies have fat margins and they can eat the tariffs. Well, there's a Bloomberg Economics analysis piece out today showing that the margins on the part of Chinese manufacturers just is not sufficient to absorb the level of tariffs that are in place right now, not the threatened ones, but right now. So it's hard to imagine that there isn't going to be, as time goes on, a significant materialization of higher inflation and slower growth, just as the economists predicted at the beginning of the year.
But Chris, just in 30 seconds, why hasn't that happened yet?
Well, it may be that some of the companies indeed have eaten the tariffs for now, but their wherewithal to keep doing that is going to be wearing thin. And consumers, when they see those prices rise, are going to be making different choices in terms of their spending packages going forward.
Yeah, and I feel like that could potentially kind of show up in later earnings this year, right, and outlooks, or maybe even in this earnings season. Who knows? Hey, Chris, so glad we could check in with you. Really appreciate it. Chris Anstey, he is senior economics editor at Bloomberg News. He's out there in our Boston bureau. Great perspective, as he reminded us that he did spend some time in Asia, so really just pulls it all together for us globally. All right, folks, we are headed for a break. Coming up next, from being first buddy to the president to getting a black eye, today's Bloomberg Big Take on Elon Musk's Trump feud and wild bets. This is so much in this story. I love how they laid it out. Also, the Bloomberg Big Take.
First buddy.
First buddy.
Maybe not now.
Times have changed. We're coming back from Bloomberg.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks trading at records. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. S&P 500 index topping 6,300. Traders looking for signs of resilience in earnings amid tariff risks. After the close of trading today, we'll be hearing from NXP Semi. S&P right now at a record 63.32, up 35. That is a gain of 0.6%. We've got the Dow up 215, up by about 0.5%. NASDAQ up 156 right now, higher by 0.7%. 10-year at 4.36%. The 2-year 3.84%. Gold is surging $45 the ounce to $33.95, up 1.3%. And West Texas Intermediate crude lower a little change now, down 1 cent, 63.33 a barrel. Stellantis shares are lower after reporting a loss in the first half as restructuring expenses, slowing sales, and U.S. tariffs hit the struggling automaker. Stellantis actually higher now. We've got Stellantis up by 1.4% among other automakers. Ford, which reports next week, Ford shares up 2%. And on Wednesday, tomorrow actually, we'll hear from General Motors. GM shares up now by 0.9%. Recapping, S&P 500 index up by 36. That is a gain of just about 0.6%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, gotcha, Charlie. Thank you so much. Carol Master, Tim Stanovic, live here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Hey, so many seem to have called it that the bromance wouldn't last between the billionaire and the president. The breakup happening after disruptions to the U.S. government under what some say was the guise of efficiency and data foraging. We are, of course, talking about Elon Musk. He and his black eye, an Oval Office send-off, and subsequent spat with President Trump. The creaking of his empire, and so much more, all in the cover story of the upcoming issue of Bloomberg Business Week. It is by Bloomberg's Max Chafkin and Ed Ludlow, soon to hit newsstands. It is already, though, Tim, on the Bloomberg and online.
It's also the subject of today's Bloomberg Big Take. With more, great to have back with us Bloomberg Business Week senior reporter Max Chafkin. He's the co-host of Everybody's Business and the Elon Inc. podcast. He's also the author of The Contrarian, Peter Thiel, and Silicon Valley's Pursuit of Power. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. You've spent many years writing about Elon Musk. You give us the backdrop. You remind us of his foray into politics. And then you get into what really matters, certainly to investors, and to what made Elon his empire. How bad is it?
I mean, it is challenging.
He's still the wealthiest guy in the world.
I think he's the wealthiest guy in the world, and investors to date have essentially allowed him to do whatever he wants and to do things that most CEOs, most entrepreneurs would never be able to essentially get away with. That said, there are, I'd say, bigger challenges facing these companies today than he's experienced in a very long time. You know, of course, Elon Musk has a history of sort of flirting with disaster. And you look at the history of Tesla, there were some very dicey moments in the 2000s, same thing with SpaceX. But you haven't had this situation that we have today where you have essentially three companies, SpaceX, Tesla, and XAI. I'm going to leave off the sort of smaller ones, but those are there too. And then in the foreground, you have this potential fight with Donald Trump. And so, you know, everyone's focused on the fight, but those three companies, each in their own way, have very significant challenges.
So let's get to it, because you do right. There are many more weapons President Trump could deploy against Elon Musk's business interests were he so motivated. So much is like, does he or doesn't he? Let's start. I love the way you guys do this. You do basically like these case studies of each of these three businesses. So let's talk about Tesla. He makes promises. Sometimes it takes longer. We have all gone along from the ride that we eventually get this stuff. And to be fair, when it comes to EVs, certainly in the United States, he moved the needle.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what's made, I'd say, the events of the last couple of years so surprising, because Elon Musk is attempting this very dramatic pivot away from EVs and towards robotaxis, which is kind of strange because the EV market is still growing very quickly. Tesla, on the other hand, is not growing. I mean, their deliveries have been falling for the last 2 quarters, had a down year in 2024. We'll see what this latest quarter looks like when they report earnings, but they are selling fewer cars each quarter than they did a year ago, and that is kind of surprising for a company that is trading at just this insane multiple, trading at a value that is way, way, way richer than a normal car company. Now, of course, the reason investors are going for this, the reason they're continuing to buy the stock at a relatively high price is because of robotaxis, this belief that Elon Musk is going to revolutionize transportation. The issue is that's been this kind of thing that Musk was able to point ahead in the future and say, look, this is going to be great. Don't focus on the now, focus on the future. And now we have the now. Now we have some robotaxis on roads, and it's really a very small number. It's something like 10 to 20 robotaxis in a very small part of Austin. Meanwhile, you got Waymo, and we've talked about this before, but there is this obvious competitor, Waymo, which has way, way more robotaxis in more markets and is not getting valued the way that Elon Musk, the way that Tesla is getting valued. So you do wonder, how long is it before investors start to look at that, and how many quarters of sort of declining deliveries, declining car sales are they really going to tolerate?
These companies have sort of always, Elon Musk's companies have always kind of used one another and shared engineers at certain points. Now we're getting to a point, Max, where Elon wants more investment from one company to another company, specifically Tesla, to invest in xAI, which is a challenging thing to do because Tesla's a public company. xAI is not. Shareholders might not love this idea. Explain the sort of borders or lack thereof when it comes to this accounting.
I mean, the thing is, from the point of view of Tesla investors, and I think this is true of most of the investors in most of Elon Musk's companies, they're not investing in a particular product, they're just investing in Elon Musk. And that's one of the reasons why, even when Musk does something that seems on its face a little bit foolish or crazy, for instance, the on-again, off-again purchase of X at a ridiculous, overvalued at the time, investors go along with because they just think, okay, Elon Musk wants this. He's a brilliant guy. And so you have this thing where the companies, although they are nominally independent, are sharing resources, sharing management, of course, not just Elon Musk, but other folks, sort of bouncing between them or doing work on the side. And now even you have xAI, which is desperately trying to raising money from Elon Musk's other companies. SpaceX, according to Elon Musk, putting $2 billion into xAI. And then Musk has said he's going to ask Tesla for money and a year ago he suggested the number would be $5 billion. So you're talking about significant amount of money. Tesla, of course, has a lot of cash at the moment. So it's not like it can't afford it, but you got to ask yourself, what is the rationale? Like, what's the business rationale if you're a Tesla investor to, move money from Tesla to X, especially when X and Tesla are sort of in competition. They're both AI companies. And so that's an issue. I mean, what I think it shows is that as much as these companies, add up to this big empire, they're interlocking. And if one struggles, the others are going to struggle. If Tesla's value were to decline dramatically, that would hurt Elon Musk's empire in a big way because Tesla shares are a big source of his wealth, the way he finances things. And beyond that, there's this aura of success that he has used to sort of promote himself and promote these companies. And as that has, I'd say, come into some question, I think that hurts some of these other companies.
So he did post on X that he's back to working 7 days a week and sleeping in his office if my little kids are away. Yay. But I'm just wondering, which part of his empire is he most interested? You guys talk about xAI, that's what he seems to be super interested in right now.
Yeah, and you get different answers depending on who you talk to within the empire because, of course, Tesla also feels like employees, board members also feel like they are in the middle of this really unique opportunity with robotaxis. But yeah, I mean, Musk has spent, it seems, at least over the last couple of weeks, a lot of time with xAI and Grok. Now, of course, AI chatbots, that's an area that a lot of investors are excited about. On the other hand, this is a very expensive company to finance. Bloomberg has reported that they're losing $1 billion a month. So like that, $5 billion from Tesla, they're gonna burn through that, pretty quickly. I think from the sort of bull case is, hey, these large language models are really expensive to finance, so we need to, put as much into them now, catch up to OpenAI. But of course, the other side of the coin is like, why does this very successful car company that's worth $1 trillion by market cap, what does it have to do with AI chatbots? I don't think that the answer is a whole lot.
Yeah.
Elon Musk claimed without evidence that President Trump was an accomplice in the crimes of Jeffrey Epstein and alleged that the president had covered them up. This was sort of the nadir in their relationship, I think, if we look back over the last 6 weeks. Is there any recovering from that? Like, do they get back together? Do they become allies again?
I think it is very hard to see. I mean, obviously, those are very serious charges. I mean, sort of like the most serious charges in Republican politics. And it's led to a news cycle, right? That happened, as their feud was kicking off at the beginning of June. Now we're in, mid-late July, and Republicans are still talking about Epstein quite a lot. So yeah, I mean, it's been a bad. That's a thing that's going to really throw a wrench in any kind of potential makeup. Now, I will say, Trump and Musk are both. This is going to sound weird, but they're both kind of forgiving. They both, although they like to cultivate this, both of them, alpha image or whatever, they have, Trump has done this where people have been on the outside and then they find their way in. Steve Bannon, of course, famously was very much on the outs. Now he's no longer on the outs. Musk is the same. Musk, will get very mad at people and find a way to get them back in. So I wouldn't discount it entirely just because, and I've said this on your show before, there are reasons each of them has an interest in being on good terms with the other. That said, I mean, it has seemed very difficult, and you're seeing now. We get into this in the story. There are lots of signs, if you're looking closely, for ways in which this relationship is hurting Elon Musk today. Now, I'm not just talking about Jared Isaacman, the person that Trump originally nominated to head NASA, the space agency, who was close to Elon Musk, who's out now. But there are lots of little regulatory moves, policy moves. And just to give you one example, the guy who's going to run NHTSA, at his confirmation hearing, I believe it was last week, suggested that we need to have more oversight of autonomous vehicles. So
if you're Elon Musk, you don't want to hear that when you have a fleet of robotaxis that you're trying to get on the roads.
Yeah, you absolutely don't. And so, Sean Duffy running NASA now, he was, according to at least some reporting from inside the White House, was one of the people who was really upset about Doge. So you're seeing these little things that are potentially troubling if you're Elon Musk, and certainly cut against the sort of bull thesis around the time of the election, which was like, these guys are perfectly aligned. This is going to be amazing. I mean, that's what sent the stock up to its crazy heights in mid-December, and it's fallen. I think last I looked, around 33% since then, as that argument has sort of fallen apart.
It's, as you guys say, you can't count out Elon ever, but it is curious to see how this ultimately plays out and whether or not he becomes a target of the administration potentially. Hey, Max, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Bloomberg Business Week senior reporter Max Chafkin. Max and Ed Ludlow writing this story. It's an upcoming issue of Bloomberg Business Week. It is the cover story already on the Bloomberg and at Bloomberg.com.
Hey, taking a look at markets, we're seeing the S&P 500 just rally more, up 0.6% now. 63.31 is what the S&P 500 says. NASDAQ Composite up 0.7%. The Dow up 0.5 percentage point.
When we come back, we could talk about dodging a B-52 bomber. We talk airlines and the challenges and the outlook of the industry. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are looking at records back to work Monday with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all pushing higher. S&P right now at 6330, higher by 34 points. That is a gain now of 0.5%. The Dow up 195, up by about 0.4%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 149 now, up 0.7%. So in the absence of relevant economic data, Wall Street remains squarely focused on company outlooks. The 10-year, 4.35%, the 2-year, 4.84%, and the 30-year, 4.92%. Gold is up $44, the ounce up 1.3%, $33.94 on the precious metal. A retreat for West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.3%, $67.15 a barrel on WTI. Verizon Communications shares surging 4.8% after the company posted second quarter revenue that surpassed analyst estimates and raised its profit outlook. AT&T, which reports Wednesday, up 1.8%, and rival T-Mobile also on Wednesday up by 2.5%. Again, Verizon gaining now by 4.8%. The Congressional Budget Office is estimating that the tax and spending law will add $3.4 trillion to U.S. deficits over a decade. Recapping, S&P up 34, up 0.5%. And for on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You're caught up on the markets. Hey, I don't know if you've looked, Tim Stanovic. I know you have, because I think we've talked about this. Airline stocks are up more than 50% since the early April market low. We've seen quite a bounce.
Yeah. We've heard from a couple of these airlines, too, that there was this turning point at the end of last month and the early part of this month that basically said, we saw this inflection point. At least we heard this from United CEO Scott Kirby last week. Basically an inflection point that basically said, I guess everything's fine again. We're not concerned about trade tension. We're not concerned about the economy. We're buying tickets.
Gave two possible scenarios for their outlook.
Exactly.
Which was like kind of unheard of. All right. So, yeah, I think it's safe to say that the rally that we've seen in this bunch of stocks belies the turbulence that we've seen in the overall sector. We also had a great reveal, not so great maybe, this past weekend. Delta Airlines, a jet that was forced to abort landing to avoid a mid-air collision with a B-52 bomber. This was in North Dakota, a go-round maneuver described as aggressive by ABC News, citing the pilot who was guiding that plane, who could be heard in this video that was shot by a passenger on the plane. Check it out.
For those of you on the right-hand side, you probably saw the airplane kind of sort of coming at us. Nobody told us about it, and so we continued. Sorry about the aggressive maneuver. It caught me by surprise. This is not normal at all. I don't know why they didn't give us a heads up, because the Air Force Base does have radar, and nobody said, hey, there's also a B-52 in the pattern. Long story short, it was not fun, but I do apologize for it, and thank you for understanding.
Gotta say, I love the cool of pilots, man. That's the pilot. I know. I'm
more stressed out than he is just listening to that.
It's like, hey. But that's what you want in a pilot.
That's why they have the job.
It is the pilot of the SkyWest operated Delta jet that departed Minneapolis on Friday evening and was approaching an airport in North Dakota. It's located about 11.2 miles of an Air Force base. So let's get into what's going on. Also, Alaska Air had an IT outage. So a lot going on, again, in the overall airline space. With us is Sid Phillip. He is Bloomberg News Chief Correspondent, Global Aviation, and he joins us here in studio. Sid, first of all, is flying in the U.S. dangerous?
No, it isn't actually. Okay. Flying in the U.S. is still one of the safest forms of transport. So we have seen an increase in media scrutiny, as well as there have been increases in aviation safety incidents. They're not quite accidents yet. I mean, we did have the crash in D.C. at the start of the year. But in terms of the overall the aviation industry, there is a massive push at the moment to modernize the ATC in the U.S. The FAA, like Sean Duffy.
What's the ATC?
Air traffic control.
Got it.
So there is a massive push to sort of upgrade that. Because we had those outages in Newark. We've seen sort of issues with air traffic control staffing. So there are safety issues in terms of just the air traffic control system and how it's managed. In this case, though, it was a military jet. It's a military B-52. So it may not come under the ATC, but I mean, there is sort of talk about better coordination. I mean, Sean Duffy, the Transportation Secretary, talked about that when the DC crash happened, because that was a military plane again, aircraft, helicopter. So we're still looking to see where the overall modernization of the air traffic control system is and where the US goes in terms of being able to actually get those plans that they have at the moment in terms of they want to spend $30 billion on modernizing and where they actually get the funding for that.
Our team reporting earlier today that the Air Force did not make a comment to ABC about this incident. Have we heard anything since then?
We haven't heard anything from the...
That's is that a little surprising?
It is, but then we also, I mean, the FAA said that they are investigating this incident and we're sort of waiting to see what they come up with. But typically the Air Force doesn't comment on situations that are near misses.
Well, I guess this one to me is a little different in the sense of it was a B-52. You have the commentary recorded by a passenger of the pilot who sort of explained what's happening in a really cool and collected way. Do you know how in a typical situation like this, a pilot would have been made known about a possible military aircraft within the pattern?
So aircraft typically have collision avoidance systems, and essentially the pilot did something called a go-around, which is fairly common in the aviation industry. I mean, what's not common is having a B-52 coming at you, which is why you have to do a go-around. But there are instances when you either need to recalibrate your approach to the runway, you need to there's an issue at the airport, and go-arounds are frequent and they're a safety measure. But in this case, it does put the entire system under scrutiny in terms of what's really going on with the aviation safety and air traffic control systems in the U.S.
Well, that's what kind of gets me, is like, how does a Delta jet get so close to a B-52 bomber? Like, I understand that these go-rounds and things happen, but I'm assuming that there is usually great coordination and communication.
There definitely is.
So this was like something didn't happen that was supposed to.
Exactly, and that sort of explains why the pilot was apologizing for that, because it obviously caught him by surprise, caught the air traffic control by surprise. And so we will hear more from the FAA once they do this investigation, and hopefully we'll know what really went wrong there.
What? This is like your world. What are you thinking? I heard this and I was like,
I was pretty shocked to see this video and hear the commentary from the pilot. It also comes at a time where we're just getting this. None of this. It seems like a steady drumbeat, and I don't know if it's actually happening more frequently. But it kind of started at the beginning of this year with the tragedy at Reagan National, and then we had a lot of reports of near misses. We had some close calls on runways. Is it just that social media is around so we can hear the pilot make this announcement and it's played over and over again in the news media? Or is there actually something different when it comes to numbers here?
So we're still looking at the numbers, but I mean, it hasn't really, it is a lot to do with the increased scrutiny that the aviation industry has faced ever since that DC crash. So near misses are now mainstream news where they wouldn't have been a couple of years ago, including in instances like last week when we had JFK briefly close one of the runways because of an aircraft that was stranded on the aircraft. I mean, immediately there was interest in what's going on. So there is definitely a lot of interest and anxiety among flying the public, but at the moment, we don't really see a massive increase in the number of incidents.
I'm just worried about communication. I had an incident flying out before my vacation where we took off, pushed off on time, doing great. And then we ended up sitting for 2 hours on the runway. Now, we were told, and again, this is just what an flight attendant said, but that there was actually either the president or part of his administration that were landing in Newark and they weren't planning on it. And it just, to me, I know things happen, but it just sounds like some miscommunication. Just quickly, I mean, I don't know how to feel this real quickly.
I mean, it is, I mean, obviously there is greater scrutiny. I mean, you wouldn't have thought much of it if it was happening in the past and if it hadn't happened after all these aviation safety incidents we've read about, we've written about, and we've sort of seen playing out. So I think there is definitely much more that you notice about flying now than you did previously.
So I'm just wondering, was it happening and we just didn't know about it? Or is more happening? Sid, good stuff. Sid Phillip joining us, Chief Correspondent, Global Aviation at Bloomberg News, right here in our studio. When we come back and check on trading and some stocks on the move, do not go anywhere. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stennebeck on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily. We do have stocks hitting a record on an intraday basis. We'll see if we close that way. In the meantime, there is a lot going on. I'm Carol Masser along with Tim Stennebeck. Let's get to some of the stocks on the move. With us is Bloomberg News equities reporter Alex Semenova here in studio. Got to talk about Verizon.
Yeah, that is a stock that is doing quite well today, up almost 5%. This is after the company posted second quarter revenue that beat analyst estimates. It also raised its profit outlook. Obviously, that is really important this earnings season. The strong results were lifted by wireless price increases and also the Trump administration's new tax law. That was enough to offset the fact that the company actually saw a net loss of 51,000 monthly subscribers. Analysts have been expecting a gain of 12,000. So really remarkable here. I guess that profit outlook optimism is part of the reason that the stock is up today. Its shares are actually up 6% this year as well. Verizon has been struggling to woo new customers in a very tight market, is obviously competing with AT&T and T-Mobile, which up until recently have had better deals than Verizon. Actually, this spring, it put out some promotions. It offered free phone upgrades, so that helped results. That's poised to help results a little bit. The company is also benefiting from U.S. tax reform. This is really interesting. It allows companies to immediately write off the full cost of certain new equipment, and they estimate that that will boost their free cash flow by up to $2 billion. So we're really seeing in some of these earnings reports the real-time benefits of this new tax.
Ticker VZ, stock up 4.7%. Apparently, people jump around from plan to plan, Carol?
We've been doing that a lot. It's kind of driving my family
Gotta
a little
get a nice
crazy.
deal.
My daughter keeps complaining, but some of the jumping, you kind of sometimes get what you pay for. My husband's on this roll, and I feel like there might be another change coming. All right, let's talk about Microsoft. Ticker, of course, MSFT. What's going on here?
Yeah, this one is a bit of a worrisome one. Microsoft warned that hackers are actively targeting customers of their document management software, SharePoint. Obviously, so many businesses use this software. Cybersecurity forums cautioned that a broad section of organizations may be affected through this breach. Tens of thousands, if not hundreds of businesses and institutions use SharePoint in some fashion to store and collaborate on documents. So very concerning here. Microsoft has been trying to shore up its cybersecurity efforts. They hired, people from the government to try and help with this, but clearly that's not enough right now. The stock is a little changed right now.
MSFT is the ticker, and like you said, Alex, the stock little changed right now. Here's a good ticker, XYZ.
Yeah, Block is set to join the S&P 500 index. Obviously, this is a huge deal for any company. It's also a tremendous milestone for Jack Dorsey's firm, which underscores the influence of the digital payment system and crypto in finance. It is going to replace Hess Corp in the benchmark following Chevron's acquisition of the energy producer. The changes will go into effect prior to the start of trading on July 23rd. You look at shares right now, they're up almost 8%. Inclusion into the S&P 500 typically does bode well for companies. It elevates their profile, and exclusion actually often sees some stock prices go lower.
I don't get the ticker, but I understand what they did is that it was more than just, but it's still a little wackadoo.
They wanted to stand out.
Well, they definitely do, right? And they're definitely standing out today. All right, that is some of the stocks on the move. Bloomberg News equities reporter Alex Semenova. For more conversations like this, be sure to check out our new Stock Movers podcast, 5-minute episodes of the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. You can find it on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
Alex, stick with us because before you go, your story among the most read on the Bloomberg terminal. We wanted to talk about it. The S&P 500 sending a signal of waning momentum under the rally's surface. What's the concern when it comes to there's not a lot of volatility, like this idea that there's been more than 2 weeks of days without 1% moves in either direction?
Yeah, 17 trading sessions without 1% moves. So obviously we are trading on record highs, but when you're not seeing that much of a reaction to the good earnings news that we've had, when we're getting these really muted moves, it's a sign that investors don't have much conviction anymore in the rally. Obviously, we're up something like 27% from the lows of April, and a lot of people are concerned that valuations are a problem again going into the second half of the year, especially when we're still dealing with so much uncertainty around trade policy. There's an expectation that the economy could slow a bit. All these different headwinds that could potentially affect stocks. So really seeing these types of muted moves is a sign that investors aren't all in on this rally, especially when you look at concentration. It's really just big tech in the driver's seat.
There used to be a show called Let's Make a Deal, and I was like, door number 1, door number 2, I think there was 3, and it was like, that's what I feel like, the different scenarios. I will say, Gina Martin-Adams, who follows the equity markets for our Bloomberg Intelligence team, she said, though, those small moves could also be a sign of consolidation in the market and kind of a cementing of these levels. So, but also conceded that there's a lot of stuff that could come at investors that could make us go in many different directions.
Yeah, absolutely. And one interesting thing too about this earnings season, speaking of big tech and consolidation, is actually big tech is supposed to post profit growth of 14% for this quarter. If you look at the rest of the S&P 500, it's actually expected to post a contraction of 0.1%. So just a testament to the fact that it's just a few names driving this move higher.
I've seen this before.
I know, right? I've seen this movie before. It's like watching episodes of Twilight.
It's worked for all these years. We're always complaining about just big tech driving things, but apparently it's been enough to drive consecutive years.
I watched Twilight on vacation because my nieces were shocked
Twilight?
I never watched it. The movie.
Okay.
The series. Alice,
Okay.
Thank you so much. I'm just telling you.
Not the Twilight Zone.
No, not the Twilight Zone.
Okay.
Twilight. The clothes coming your way. This is Bloomberg.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Cammie McCormick. The Trump administration's decision to cut funding from Harvard is getting a hearing in federal court today. Outside the court, crowds are gathered as Matt Piper reports.
Veritas. Chants of Veritas, Latin for truth, which is Harvard's motto. Attorneys for the school say the case is about the government trying to control its inner workings.
They realize that the actions that they are taking threaten the First Amendment rights.
Attorney Anurima Bhargava says if the $2.6 billion in funding cuts are not reversed, it could lead to the loss of research, damaged careers, and the closing of labs. A lawyer for the government says Harvard violated President Trump's order combating anti-Semitism. Matt Piper, CBS News.
In Louisville, Kentucky, a judge is deciding the sentence for one of the officers charged in the botched raid that killed Breonna Taylor. The Justice Department requesting a day in prison. Nicole Valdez is at the courthouse.
The attorneys and Breonna Taylor's family definitely disagree with that suggestion, arguing it is an insult and saying that it sets a dangerous precedent.
Israeli troops are for the first time in an area of central Gaza City. It's also where aid organizations are located, and it comes after another deadly few days for Palestinians trying to get food. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres.
We saw yet more mass shootings and killings of people seeking UN aid for their families. An atrocious and inhumane act which I utterly condemn.
Darabala, where Israeli troops are operating, is also believed to be the location of some of the hostages held by Hamas. The extreme heat is spreading across much of the nation's midsection and farther south. Meteorologist Grant Gilmore.
In total, we've got 83 million people underneath some type of heat alert today.
Michael George reports COVID-19 cases are increasing in more than half the country.
The latest CDC data shows the number of COVID-19 cases is now growing or likely growing in at least 27 states. And COVID-related emergency room visits for young kids are the highest they've been since March.
The Cosby Show's Malcolm Jamal Warner has died. Warner played teenage son Theo Huxtable.
Make your point. You're a doctor and mom's a lawyer. And you're both successful in everything, and that's great. But maybe I was born to be a regular person.
He died in an apparent drowning in Costa Rica. He was 54 years old. On Wall Street, stocks have been higher all day. The Dow currently up 132 points. This is CBS News. Where are the best states to retire? Stacey Lynn has that.
Bankrate found among the top states were New Hampshire, Maine, and Vermont.
One of the things that New England states have going for them is great health care. New Hampshire is ranked the safest.
Wyoming and Idaho also ranked in the top 5. And analyst Stephen Cates says warmth and sunshine are no longer the only factors on where people decide to retire.
COVID kind of shook the snow globe, and we noticed that migration patterns were changing from the traditional snowbird situation.
Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
A French court has sentenced an employer and 2 others for human trafficking in the champagne industry. They're charged with exploiting seasonal workers and housing them in appalling conditions in 2023, which was a summer also marked by exceptional heat. 4 grape pickers died that year. This year's grape harvest is being closely monitored. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, everybody, we are 55 minutes away from the closing bell on Wall Street. Carol Massar, Tim Stenovec, live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio on Bloomberg Business Week Daily, and we're just rolling over, meaning we're coming off our best levels of the session. We did see some records above 6,300 on the S&P 500 today, so both the S&P and the NASDAQ 100 hitting records on an intraday basis. We'll see if ultimately we close that way, but gotta say, Tim, we're just early in when it comes to the earnings season, and we still got to see about all those trade delegations that are finding their way to DC this week, what ultimately gets done.
Yeah, speaking of all that, Carol, investors seem okay with the uncertainty, but business planning amid this geopolitical uncertainty, the question is, what should leaders be doing? What are they doing? We got a great guest in just a few minutes.
Yeah, looking forward to that conversation. Speaking of geopolitical uncertainty, a big part of that, as we have been noting, is trade. We're going to talk to the Minister for Transport, Climate, Energy, and the Environment for the Republic of Ireland. That's coming up a little bit later on.
Also, it's the best performing stock in the S&P 500. Today, it is Verizon. We're going to hear from the CEO in just a few minutes.
All right, looking forward to that. Let's get to the overall trade. Let's get to Charlie Pellet. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much. And here's what's going on. We've got the S&P 500 index, as you mentioned, well off session highs, still trading at a record. And the big question, will the S&P close above 6,300 today? Right now, 6,320, up by about 24 points, climbing to a record. Traders looking for signs of resilience in all those earnings reports amid tariff risks. Treasury yields are falling. Let's begin with the equity markets. S&P right now up 24, 63.20, where we stand up by about 0.4%. We've got the Dow up 125, up 0.3. NASDAQ now up 119. That is a gain of 0.6%. Russell 2000 index of small cap shares have been higher, just turning negative. Lower little change right now, down under 0.1%. 10-year at 4.36%. The 2-year 3.84%. Gold up 1.4%. 33.95 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude 67.03 a barrel, down by 0.5%. So it is an up day on Wall Street. As for the overall market backdrop, Gargi Chaudhary is Chief Investment and Portfolio Strategist for the Americas at BlackRock.
Valuations are, have been lofty for a while. They're fully valued for a while. There are many other reasons that are driving the markets. It's not just about valuations. It's certainly about technicals as well as fundamentals.
Gargi Chaudhary of BlackRock interviewed this morning on surveillance. Stellantis shares are higher. Stellantis up now by 1%. It did report a loss in the first half as restructuring expenses, slowing sales, and U.S. tariffs hit the struggling automaker. Ford, meanwhile, is advancing by 1.75%. Ford reports next week. General Motors reports tomorrow, up now by 0.5%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Do appreciate it. Well, as we talked about last hour, a lot for investors to make sense of right now. Uncertainty when it comes to trade, questions about the economy. And get this, a chair of the Federal Reserve under attack. Carol, last week you were out. I don't know if you...
I did follow some of this because it did certainly feel amped
There was a point
again
last week where it felt like, okay, this is different than the other rhetoric.
Didn't the market dip?
The market dipped, and then the president made comments that said, no, it's not going to happen, and then the market recovered. But get this, just moments ago, I learned that Fox News reporting that Representative Anna Paulina Luna is referring Fed Chair Jay Powell to the Department of Justice for criminal charges. This is according to Fox. They cited Representative Luna's letter to the Department of Justice.
Gosh, so what do you do if you're a CEO in this environment?
Well, Rebecca Humkis is faculty at the London Business School and at Duke Corporate Executive Education. She's also the author of Survive, Reset, Thrive, Leading Breakthrough Growth Strategy in Volatile Times. She joins us not from the UK today, but from South Florida. Professor Humkis, good to have you back with us. The book was written obviously before all of this volatility, but it does seem like for a corporate executive out there, there haven't been many times where there's been volatility such as this. What do you do if you're the CEO of a Fortune 500 company, let's say Coca-Cola, and you find out via a post on social media that you're going to make a change to a product?
Yeah, we are certainly living in different times. Look, you're going to struggle to find a CEO to say that he or she has run their business through certain times. We've always had an element of uncertainty when it comes to planning and preparing, but we have a geopolitical regulatory uncertainty now, which is creating a whole different level of uncertainty, which often borderlines on chaos. And chaos has a cost, which we have to factor into. And we might eventually start to see that pan into how some of these companies start performing over the next couple of years.
Is there a way to sorry, Carol.
No, go ahead.
Is there a way to measure chaos, like some sort of index we could look at, or something like? And look, this is, it's qualitative. It's not necessarily quantitative. But you say that you'd be it's a struggle to find a CEO who would say that they led through times that weren't volatile. But I'm just trying to get an idea if this is a more volatile time than in the past.
Well, when we're facing uncertainty, we tend to see three common responses: delusion, paralysis, and chaos, right? Delusion happens where CEOs say, this news isn't going to stick. I've already made a commitment to my shareholders. I'm just going to plow ahead. We see paralysis where CEOs say, let's just wait. Let's just wait until after the Fed meeting. Let's just wait until after the midterm elections. And they delay any type of decision. And we also see frenzy, where we sometimes just see things almost thrown at the market, hoping that something sticks. All of those have a cost, right? Delusion, you miss growth opportunities and go for the wrong ones. Paralysis has both a short-term and a long-term cost. And frenzy has a significant cost, not just on value creation, but to brand confidence that you have both internally and externally for the market. So it is a bit qualitative, but we can actually put indicators across all three of those. And they're what I'm watching right now, especially as we look, of course, what's happened the first 6 months, but also I'm looking for the next couple of years.
So, but there's stuff that's going on in the short term. And I should point out, I am looking at a market that is definitely pulling off its highs of the session. An S&P that's now just up about 18 points. A Dow that's up about 67 and a NASDAQ 100 that's up about 143. I don't know whether it's Jay Powell stuff. I don't know, but it's we have a sensitive market. There's chaos and then there's chaos. There's the financial crisis and then there's, you know, what some would say is a president that could be rather unpredictable. And as predicted, there doesn't seem to be what some say were the guardrails that were in President Trump's first term in the White House. So I don't know. What are CEOs doing? I can't tell whether CEOs are doing things that they're saying publicly and then doing other things behind closed doors. Help me understand so that we have maybe a better understanding.
Well, here's what I'd say, Carol, is as a CEO, tell me the story that you want to tell, and I'll make the data tell that story, right? If you are a proponent of the current administration, things look great. We have relatively low unemployment. We have increasing consumer confidence. We have steady retail sales and stock markets at record highs, right? So I could paint a very bullish story. If you're a critic of the current administration as a CEO, you're painting a different story. You're going one layer deeper under all of those and saying, actually, we're not adding any private sector jobs in the economy. Consumer confidence is still well below it was in Q4 last year. Retail spending is eking up, but largely fueled by credit. So the challenge we have right now is the data is telling a story, but it's a story that you can interpret in the way that you want to, unfortunately, which is largely changed to your political leanings. So we're seeing lots of different reactions in the market. CEOs very much so. I'm seeing a lot more paralysis than I would like. And to go back to our previous conversation, paralysis has a cost, both in the short term, but also the mid to the long term. What we often forget is that growth and performance are a muscle. It's just like going to the gym and working out. If as an organization you constantly delay decisions, investments, new growth opportunities, hiring, and you delay and delay and delay, you lose that growth and performance muscle. So even when a bit of confidence and certainty comes back, you're not going to be able to do so with the same vigor that you did before. So again, paralysis and waiting too long, if you don't believe either of these stories, which we're seeing a bit as well, that's going to have a cost that we're going to see pan out through the economy. Now, all said, I'm an absolute bull on the American economy and the American consumer, but as a CEO, it's very difficult to plan and prepare through the current environment.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. It's interesting. And I also feel like in the first, term for President Trump, we had a lot of CEOs parading through the White House. I think there are some that have also made their way, but it does seem to be a lot more cautious. And I always get a little nervous about whether or not that is indeed, the CEOs that you talk to, are they able to access the White House if they need to and make their needs known?
It's very circumstantial, Carol, depending on the individual CEO or the company. What we are seeing right now, and we saw it in the Q2 earnings, and we're going to see a bunch more as they come out this week, is a lot of, for lack of a better word, pandering. CEOs mentioning the criticality of U.S. jobs, the criticality of U.S. capacity, and how much that mattered. We're seeing a little bit less action, right? So CEOs are making sure the administration knows that they're listening, they are paying attention, they share some of these agreed values about what we want to do for the American economy. Not all of that is being backed up by action. Look, this is an administration you can get access to, which is probably a credit to the administration. However, you may or may not be aligned with the current way they're trying to approach some of these very real issues, right? We speak a lot about, it's just short term, it's volatile, over the midterm it'll all pan out. That might be okay if you're one of the largest 100 companies in the U.S., but when you're one of the tens of thousands small to medium-sized businesses that employ the substantial size of the American workforce, you not only don't have that access, you don't have that ability to weather storms that might happen. And we need to think about those organizations as well when we have these conversations.
Can you afford not to get in line behind this administration if you're the CEO of a publicly traded company?
So far, we are seeing no CEO really stepping out and taking that. And that's maybe a surprise, right, to some folks, especially on the left, who did expect a couple CEOs to stand up and make big brand promises against the administration. We're seeing most CEOs sit on the sidelines, just as we're seeing a lot of decisions sit on the sidelines. You could say that's surprising, but this is also an administration that does come down against those who speaks out about their views. So I expect we see a little bit more of that. Can you afford to? Maybe quietly, but loudly and vocally? We don't have too many examples of that working out very well so far.
All right, going to leave it on that note. Rebecca, good to touch base with you once again. Rebecca Humkest, she's faculty at the London Business School and at Duke Corporate Executive Education. She's also the author of Survive, Reset, Thrive, Leading Breakthrough Growth Strategy in Volatile Times. She's been joining us today from the UK. Not from the UK.
Not from the UK.
Florida. Yeah.
So usually she's on in the earliest part of our show because we don't want to keep her too late. But now that she's here in the U.S., at least right now. It's easier. Hey, looking at the S&P 500, I'm typing in MOV to see what's moving. The best performing stock in the S&P, Verizon, off its best levels of the day, Carol, but still up 4.5%. The company posted second quarter revenue that surpassed analyst estimates. We're going to hear a little bit from Hans Vestberg, the CEO of Verizon, in just a few minutes.
All right, we're talking telecom. When we come back, you are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Carol Master, Tim Stanovic, and this is Bloomberg.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are looking at gains right now for the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, S&P at 63.18, on track for a record close, up 21 points now. The S&P up by about 0.3%. Stocks climbing to records as traders look for signs of resilience in earnings amid tariff risks. Coming up in just a moment, we will be hearing from the CEO of Verizon. Verizon shares up now by 4.4%. The Dow up 86 up 0.2%. NASDAQ up 114. NASDAQ up by 0.5%. 10-year at 4.36% with the 2-year 3.84%. Gold up $49 the ounce, $33.98, up 1.5%. On a retreat for West Texas, Intermediate crude 67.06 a barrel, down 0.4%. As for the Federal Reserve and the outlook for rate cuts, Deborah Cunningham is a senior portfolio manager at Federated Investment Management. She was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance.
The tea leaves are predicting that there's 2 rate cuts in 2025 yet to happen. More than likely the September-December meetings, but potentially all in the fourth quarter.
Federated's Deborah Cunningham interviewed on Bloomberg Surveillance. Recapping, S&P up 0.3%, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Verizon is the best performer in the S&P 500 as we speak, up about
4.5%.
4.5%.
Yeah, not too shabby.
No, it was higher earlier
I think
in the session.
Highs,
Let's hear it, Carol.
I don't know.
5.5%.
Thank you.
You're
So
welcome.
A little bit higher.
All right. Is it going to be one of your gainers today? It'll be a good one.
It is indeed.
Okay. Well, the company posted second quarter revenue that surpassed analyst estimates. It raised its profit outlook. It was buoyed by wireless price increases and recent tax legislation. Here's CEO Hans Vestberg earlier today on Bloomberg TV with Shonali Basak and Katie Greifeld, speaking about the effect of Trump's tax and spending package.
When it comes to the bill that was passed, I mean, there was one piece that is very important for Verizon. That's, of course, the depreciation we can do directly on our capital investment. That have this year an impact of $1.5 billion, $2 billion on our free cash flow. So it's significant. Together with our operation, or cash flow from operation that is improving, that's why we increased our guidance with almost $2 billion in the quarter compared to the financial guidance we had from the beginning of the year. So that's one piece of the bill. The other piece of the bill is, of course, that the government wants to auction out spectrum again. Verizon is in a great position of spectrum today, but, you know, over the time, as we as a country want to be the most digitalized country in the world, spectrum needs to come out for 6G and other technologies going forward. So we're very encouraged to see that as well. It's going to take time before that spectrum comes out for auction, but it's good that the government are thinking long term in this area.
On tax impacts in particular, you know, your earnings are perhaps the more obvious first set of glaring results that show you a benefit immediately. But is this kind of a one-time benefit, or do you see some sort of ripple effect that comes out of that big, beautiful bill for you and maybe even the rest of corporate America, frankly?
So the tax benefit has not impacted our financials yet. That's going to be in the second half and then going into next year, because it's a perpetual sort of benefit we have. So that will continue. So, but I think for us, we are very disciplined with our capital. We already increased our capital for 2025 compared to 2024. Now we have our Frontier acquisition pending. We're waiting for the last approvals here. When that comes in, of course, we're going to make a holistic view how we're going to do capital allocation going forward. But always we put first priority in the business. Number two, we have increased our dividend 18 consecutive years, and we're going to put our board in a position to do that. And then we pay down our debt to get our leverage ratio. And after that, including Frontier, we're also going to come to buybacks. We're going to package that in the next couple of months and talk to the market how we see about capital allocation and the benefits of incorporating Frontier when that's approved.
That was Verizon CEO Hans Vestberg earlier today on Bloomberg Television. Well, I want to bring in Kelsey Griffiths, a Bloomberg News telecom reporter. She follows the space and the company closely. She joins us from our Washington, D.C. bureau. Kelsey, there was this moment during at least that clip that Carol and I both went, And it has to do with spectrum and the idea of spectrum, and how Hans Vestberg talked a little bit about being interested in buying more spectrum for the company's network. Can you kind of explain how this stuff works?
Sure thing. So spectrum is a big deal here in Washington. In the Big Beautiful Bill, the Congress decided to allocate 800 megahertz of spectrum for auction or repurposing. And in the wireless space, that's a huge deal. Spectrum licenses cost millions and millions of dollars, and they actually add to the portfolio of infrastructure that the mobile carriers can build. It offers this bigger runway to allow more customers and more data on the network, and so that's why that's sort of this lifeblood that keeps the industry moving forward. Now, we did hear Vestberg say that Verizon has a pretty good spectrum portfolio right now, so he's not necessarily worried about the next year or even the next 5 years. I think having Congress thinking about and kind of planning for the future spectrum needs gives them that runway and a bit of assurance that they will be able to grow in the coming years.
Is it a finite resource?
It is. It is a electromagnetic engineering principle. We can only have so much data on the airwaves, only so many users can be on them at one time, and it's the same principle that constrains the TV airwaves or the TV channels that you're able to pick up.
So does it get to a point where we are looking for so much data that there's not enough spectrum to accommodate what we need?
I've asked many engineers and telecom experts about this over the years, and everyone has assured me that we're not coming up into a spectrum crunch yet. As technology advances, they've found ways to get more data on higher spectrum bands, so we're able to use the resources that we have more efficiently. But, you know, who's to say? Maybe there is a day when we start to run out. So far, I haven't heard that from the experts.
Well, I do have an anecdote that I've been thinking about that maybe I could ask Hans Vestberg about, Kelsey. But here in New York, I know this is not an issue for you because you live in D.C., but here in New York, there's no service between stations for cell phones. But once you get to a station, there is service. And one thing that I've found is that over the last few months, or maybe over the last few months, during rush hour, you can't really use your phone in these stations anymore. And I'm wondering if it's because we are using more and more data as consumers that these networks, when they're crowded, are just completely overcrowded. And it seems to be like when we get, more advanced phones, when we do more with our phones, we're just using more and more data.
We want to play Wordle on the way home, and we can't because we can't get it on the phone.
Yeah, is there some truth to that?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Like you're saying, these networks are finite resources, and there's only so much data that you can kind of cram through the pipe. So these carriers are trying to add more spectrum bands to their network to kind of open up those lanes a bit. They can also do some things locally, like adding more 5G small cells, adding receptors underground to make those signals kind of travel through the concrete a little bit more easily. But yeah, there's a lot of things that they can do to kind of relieve the pressure on the networks as that builds, and I think that's what you're seeing.
But do we at some point max out? Is that the possibility? Or is that the question that, again, you say nobody...
She asks over and over again, and so do we, and she says no.
Tim and I are sitting here like, so wait, is there a point where
we're going to get hit in the face with spectrum, Carol, and we'll be okay.
We're going to go back to party lines.
It's really funny because when you talk to some of these spectrum experts, and when you talk to people who've worked at the Federal Communications Commission for a long time, there are slices of the airwaves that used to be considered junk bands, and now they're bringing in millions or even billions of dollars for these licenses. So as technology marches on, our use of the airwaves can, get more efficient, but it also means that can bring really valuable spectrum licenses to market. So we might be seeing that, as the technology advances.
Well, just one more question on this, Kelsey. So I just think about those that don't still have access, right? The underdeveloped parts of the country where the infrastructure maybe isn't there in terms of spectrum or service. Do they constantly get squeezed out because of the dense areas that just really need it?
Yeah, so you raise a really good point. Spectrum exists, above our heads. You just have to have the technology available to sort of capture it and make use of it. And in these urban areas, obviously usage is really dense. And so that's why it takes this really big network investment to create the infrastructure that lets you get that benefit of the spectrum. In rural areas, there's maybe less of a case for investment in that infrastructure that would allow residents in that area to make use of the spectrum that's already over their heads. So I think that's kind of where the tension is there. Companies need that incentive to build the macro towers and to build the 5G small cells that will let people have that access.
You know, I am wondering why shares are higher even after the company saw a net loss of 51,000 monthly consumer wireless phone subscribers. Analysts were calling for 12,000 in terms of a net gain. What happened here?
Yeah, we're seeing a really interesting dynamic here. You know, I think that the company for a long time has been encouraging us to not only look at subscriber numbers, but to look at their overall growth. We saw growth in the broadband sector, where Verizon is not only becoming your mobile phone provider, they're increasingly becoming your home internet provider as well. And that's become a big bright spot for them. We see them gearing up to invest in more infrastructure like we were just talking about. So I think they're trying to kind of steer us away from looking at that one single metric of how many consumers they gained or lost in any one quarter. I think we're seeing the market maybe responding to this longer term picture that Verizon has been, trying to kind of sell us on.
Where does Verizon kind of stack up against, its competitors, its peers?
Yeah, so Verizon is the biggest mobile customer, I guess it has the most mobile customers, followed by T-Mobile and then AT&T. And each of these companies has sort of their own personalities, I think Verizon is seen as sort of this like slow and steady giant. They talk a lot about disciplined growth and really wanting to make sure that they keep pace and are competitive, but they're making these really smart investments. Of course, the same can be said for for the other peers as well, but I think AT&T has made a really big fiber bet. They talk a lot about convergence and doing these bundled offerings to give you home internet, streaming services, and also your mobile phone service. And then for T-Mobile, I think we see them as this big, splashy, company that's great with marketing campaigns, great with bringing celebrity talent in. I think they each play well in this space and kind of have their strengths. So that's what we're seeing from Verizon.
All right, just 30 seconds or 20 seconds here. The acquisition of Frontier, what's it going to do?
So in short, this would expand Verizon's ability to reach home internet customers with direct wired connections. That means fast service. That means no latency or virtually none. And that means you won't have to rely on your phone's 5G signal to try to stream Netflix.
Interesting stuff. Well, investors definitely taking note of Verizon on this Monday. As we mentioned, it's the #1 gainer in the S&P 500. It's up about 4.5% as we speak. So investors definitely moving into that one. Kelsey, thanks. Kelsey Griffiths, she is telecom reporter at Bloomberg News, joining us from our bureau in the nation's capital. We are definitely well off our best levels of the session. 63.14 on the S&P 500, a gain of about just shy of 18 points. NASDAQ 100, it is up about 141 points. You are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week Daily. This is Bloomberg.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are looking at an update on track for a record for the S&P 500 index. However, we're well off session highs, but let's head over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Shai. That's right. Stocks are in the green, but well off their best levels, with the Dow currently up 53 points. The S&Ps are higher by 18, and NASDAQ is still up by 0.5%. The U.S. 10-year yield is at 4.37. Gold is in the green, oil is in the red, and Bitcoin, that's down by 0.6%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were telecom and materials. Energy was under pressure, and leaders to the upside in the Dow, Verizon and Nike, while American Express fell 1%. And led to the downside. After earnings, Domino's fell 1% after gaining 6.5%. And wrapping things up, Besson said that trade talks with China are in a good place. Live from the first breaking news desk, on Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney. And for live breaking news over your Bloomberg-type squawk, SQUA on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pellets, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on.
Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's
the question that drives us.
This is the drive to the close.
The funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, TikTok, everybody. We've got about 18 minutes to go until we wrap up the trade on this Monday, July 21st. Carol Massar, Tim Stanovic, live in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. And Tim, we are definitely well off our best levels of the session. Still above 6,300 on the S&P 500. But we're only up about 17 points. NASDAQ 100, a gain of 145 points, 23,211. I like to do percentages, so let me go there. Up about 0.3% on the S&P 500, up 0.6% on the NASDAQ 100, and little change in terms of a percentage for the Dow Jones Industrial Average. I was just checking.
Check.
Our records, I think we're back on what?
Yeah,
July 17th?
Oh.
62.97.36 was the close for the S&P. So
where we are right now, we're fine.
Yeah.
It's a record. We're set for a record close at this point.
And same thing easily, right, for the NASDAQ 100. Sorry.
I'll take your word for it. I only have the S&P 500 pulled up on my terminal there. All right. Well, I trust you, Carol. Hey, I want to bring in Alan Zafran. He is the co-founder and managing partner over at IEQ Capital. He joins us this afternoon, not from Northern California, but from Southern California in sunny Los Angeles. Alan, good to have you. As always, the S&P 500 up 26.7% from those lows in the early part of April. Is the bull market back on?
Tim and Carol, thanks for having me on. Yes, the bull market is back on, and I can give you a couple reasons why, but it appears as if fundamentally and technically things, barring modest corrections, seem as if every indication is we will continue to work our way gradually higher over time.
Wait, say that again? That was quick. Wait, say that one more time.
I think we're going to move up higher. I think if you look at the technicals on the charts, most components and indices have not hit anywhere near their 52-week highs yet. If you look fundamentally, earnings on balance are coming in better than expected. If you look at this, we talked about this last time I was on.
Reduced expectations, though, for those earnings, right? Coming into the cycle.
That's right. That's exactly right. But what's really thrusting this market forward is there's $22 trillion globally of cash, currencies, and money market funds waiting around. And every time we get the proverbial sell-offs of any magnitude on any semblance of hope, let alone fundamentals, the market gets flooded with capital that really started back in 2009, saving us from the great financial crisis. It was only accelerated by money printed fiscally and monetarily from saving us from COVID. And so the world is flush with cash. And every time assets sell off, the cash flows right back into the global financial system, mostly in the form of stocks.
So I'm having a hard time understanding what changed between Liberation Day and now, or so-called Liberation Day, because the tariffs, for all intents and purposes, are set to go into effect on August 1st. We've had some folks on our air today, like Gina Martin-Adams of Bloomberg Intelligence, who Alan says, well, the market's not necessarily pricing in tariffs at this rate for a long period of time. Do you agree with that?
I have a different thesis slightly, which is Tariffs are priced in at an effective rate of below 15%, which means, albeit it's not ideal, it's tolerable, and it might reduce a bit global economic growth, but it doesn't put the globe into an economic recession. 30% tariffs are catastrophically bad and would create an economic global recession of some significance. The other thing that's changed is the recognition of just how powerful all of these technological advances are for the growth of profits. It's not just AI, that's a buzzword, but just the rampant use of technology across all forms of business are meaningfully catapulting productivity, profit margins, and growth. And because the indices, especially in the US is really, when you look under the cover, 40% technology or technology-like kind of companies. So when you look at the indexes going up, that may not be entirely what's going on in Main Street America, but it's what's going on in the US large cap tech overweight stock market that we watch every day.
Hey, I am curious whether it bothers you or it tells you something that's important when we see the Russell 2000, so those small caps, and I always think about what really is the engine of the US economy, those smaller companies that are out there. It is little changed on the year. Also bounced back from those April lows, but little changed on the year. Call it almost unchanged. S&P, meantime, is up about 7.25% year to date. Similar bounce back, but certainly outperformance. NASDAQ 100 is up more than 10% year to date. So definitely some outperformance there. What's the importance, or is it even necessary, that we see small caps rally to suggest to you that things are more optimistic than pessimistic?
It is important. What's hidden a bit in that conversation is a challenge that the financial markets are still grappling with. And that is that when Microsoft went public in the 1980s, it might have had a valuation of about $1 billion or so and grown into its multi-trillion-dollar valuation. And when it was a young company, it was part of the small cap index. Today, when prominent companies like SpaceX, let alone a lot of AI companies, have very high valuations, if and when they go public, they may never end up in the small cap index to begin with. And so part of the challenge that small cap investors face, are we going to see the same champions, many of which are technologically driven with faster growth rates, ever making it into the small cap indices going forward? It is problematic, Carol, because by definition, technology is a smaller component of that index, but that's part of what's taking place.
But what's also happening over that time, Alan, and I know you can speak to this, is the growth of alternative assets and the way that clients of wealth managers are able to get access to some of these companies that you named on a pre-IPO level.
Yeah, they certainly can. However, just like diversification is a way to be protected when you have very well documented public disclosures of financials and you buy into indexes, it's incredibly challenging to pick the single private company that's going to be the winner. So for those individuals that hope to speculate and invest in private companies, make sure there's an ample array of choices, because you don't have much public disclosure about what's actually happening.
Do you do it for your clients, or do you hire managers to do it? What do you do?
Both. So we have managers that will make investments in private companies, technological driven, and companies that have nothing to do with technology. And we have clients where we find private companies where we get access, but we make sure that we invest proper, meaning relatively small percentage of someone's net worth in each component, and stay very diversified. It's impossible to pick the single winner.
All right, we got to run.
Not if you have a time machine.
Are you a time traveler?
No, I'm not, but that
Could you imagine if you were?
I would be the best investor ever.
You would, right?
That's all you would need.
Like you go back in time.
You could invent Facebook, Carol.
I could.
You could invent the Bloomberg terminal.
I could. Well, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Right, all of it, right?
Yeah, you could.
Just imagine.
That's all you need.
We could do that. I just buy up real estate, you know?
You're thinking now. I know I got the wheels turning.
Sorry. I just buy up real estate. Hey, Alan, thank you so much. Alan Zafran, co-founder, managing partner of IEQ Capital out there in Los Angeles, joining us. Hey, listen, folks, we have markets kind of rolling all over. Now we're near our lows of the session. We're just at 63.08 on the S&P 500, NASDAQ 100, 23,191. Close coming your way.
is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, we've just got about 7 minutes to go until we wrap up the trade on this Monday. Heading over to our TV colleagues in just a moment. Carol Massar, Tim Stenovec, live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're way off our best levels of this session. I still think it's going to be a record close at this point for the S&P 500, and it looks like for the NASDAQ 100, but we'll see. Anything can happen in 6.5 minutes.
I have a question for you.
Uh-oh.
Have you already accepted a job offer from another firm?
Darn it, Tim. You weren't supposed to say anything.
The reason I'm asking is
because I
because
wasn't on vacation.
that is a common question.
Just kidding.
It's a joke, people.
It's a joke.
It's a joke.
Not a joke on Wall Street, though.
No.
And this is why we want to do this story.
Citi is asking its new class of investment banking analysts to disclose whether they've already accepted a job offer from another firm. It's the latest step by banks to clamp down on aggressive recruitment by private equity firms.
I think this is wild. So first-year analysts will be required to complete an attestation, I guess is what you call it, intended to...
You can attest to it.
Intended to, quote, foster a fair and transparent environment, according to a memo sent to analyst managers today and seen by Bloomberg News. This is over at Citi. The attestation is expected to be a one-time form, but the bank might also ask analysts to repeat it annually, according to a person familiar with the matter. So each of the analyst situation will be assessed on a, quote, case-by-case basis, the bank said in the memo, which was confirmed by a spokesperson for the bank.
Yeah, this is wild. Citigroup's move. They're not alone. The move echoes steps by other investment banks to dissuade analysts from agreeing to future roles. After short stints and ultimately taking their talent elsewhere, private equity firms have become more competitive in recent years by recruiting young bankers freshly trained at a cost to investment banks, months or even years ahead of when they actually join. So what would happen is you'd have these young analysts go in, they'd learn a bunch of stuff, and then take that knowledge with them for a more lucrative job in private equity, which, by the way, isn't that just market forces at work?
I mean, yeah, I mean...
Am I wrong about
that? You take your chances, right?
But am I wrong about that? Is that like, isn't that the way the free market works?
I love this. I would love to debate this, because is it a case of, like, what if the bank all of a sudden, oops, we hired too many, or oops, we've got to, cut back, we got to let some of you go? Like,
can you ask your boss to attest that they're not going to lay you off in the next year?
Try that. I don't know. Like, that's what I wonder.
Isn't the agreement with at will, the way it works is like you're kind of working until you're not? I don't know. I'm not an employment lawyer. I'm not saying one thing is right or one thing is wrong.
Sounds like he plays one on TV.
No, not even on the radio.
No, but I do, right? Like, a company can essentially fire you at any moment.
Yeah.
So is there some kind of contract that is written between these two that say, hey, we're going to train you. You have to say you're going to stay with us.
JP Morgan has said it will fire any analysts who accept outside job offers within 18 months of joining the firm. And private markets firms such as Apollo Global Management have said they'll scale back such early stage recruitment efforts.
And then we have reported here at Bloomberg News that Goldman Sachs will be asking its new analysts to confirm every 3 months whether they've taken outside offers. So what happens, though? Like, what's the worst that, I've taken an outside offer?
I'm just going to say, I just got an email from Rich Truman.
Rich Truman.
Rich Truman.
Yes.
Producer on the morning show. He got really scared when I said that you were accepting another job.
Aw.
He's very concerned.
I'm never leaving.
He said, do not scare me.
Place.
Do not scare me, Tim.
I've been here for over 25 years. I think I have shown my loyalty. And I like it.
And you've got the blocks on your desk.
When I've got people like Rich or you.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, why would I? Yeah, I do have the blocks. I love my blocks.
It was just a joke, people.
I clean my blocks every Friday.
It was just a joke. It's going to be okay. Rich, don't worry.
But listen, Wall Street, it's like, eat or be eaten, right? Isn't it usually like, I don't know. It's a tough environment.
Yeah. But look, you know what it shows? It shows that
maybe you have to pay
competition is fierce right now.
Yeah.
And maybe you have to pay up.
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe we'll do a little X poll on this.
In May, Morgan Stanley introduced a policy to require junior bankers to promptly disclose if they've taken a future job offer outside of the bank, according to a person familiar with the matter. Analysts who don't comply could be fired, the person said.
Yeah. I'm also someone that says if you accept, you do it.
What do you mean?
Like your initial offer. Tim's like,
for the rest of your life?
No, but I mean, if they're going to train you for 18 months, I think I don't know.
Money talks, though, Carol.
There's a code.
I've heard that.
Apparently it does. All right, the close starts right now.
closing bell. Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic here with Scarlet Food, taking you through to that closing bell with a global simulcast, and it starts right now. Tim Stenovic in the radio booth, Carol Master joining him for the day. Welcome to our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms, including our partnership with YouTube. Fractional gains for the S&P and the NASDAQ, guys, today, but not much else going on around the markets.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm back for the week, by the way.
The whole week?
Yeah, the whole week.
We'll see what happens by Friday. I'll believe it when I see it.
I've completed my attestation.
Oh, aha. I like that.
I will be here for the week. I just think what an interesting day, right? For most of the day, we saw a pretty decent rally, and then we've just kind of run out of steam here, and I'm just curious what's bringing everybody down here at the close.
Okay, running out of steam maybe tomorrow when we hear from some of the defense names like RTX or Northrop Grumman or Lockheed Martin, or maybe Coca-Cola might put a little zing in tomorrow's trade depending on what they say about that. I don't want to call it new Coke, guys.
Yeah. They call it Mexican Coke.
It's old
Mexican
Coke?
Yeah, so they
Coke
do
isn't
have
Coke.
Mexican Coke here in the U.S. already, but what are they going to say about sugar-free or adding real sugar back to Coke?
Yeah.
Well,
I've been waiting for that for like 4 days.
My husband loves this.
Well, the cost of doing so mean higher prices for those Coke, the new Coke or the new old Coke. It's a big question.
But it raises the question, too. I mean, we talk about this idea of a lot of the pressure that has been put on these companies by policies coming out of Washington, and whether that's actually good for business to actually bend to that, or whether you're talking about Coca-Cola, whether you're talking about some of the home builders. And obviously, of course, with the chip stocks, we get Texas Instruments reporting after the bell on Tuesday. We should also point out we are waiting a couple of earnings tonight after the bell, including from Steel Dynamics as well as NXP, a semiconductor. The Dow Jones Industrial Average looks like it's going to end the day roughly unchanged, about 18 to 19 points lower on the day, a drop of less than 1/10%. The S&P 500 closing at a record high, up about 1/10% on the day. The NASDAQ Composite closing at a record high, up about 0.4% on the day. And your laggards, that is in the small and mid-cap space, mid-caps down 0.6%. The Russell 2000 small caps down 0.4.
All right, just taking a look at the S&P 500, folks. It was kind of an even split, and then earlier in the session we had more names to the upside. But here at the close, 320 names in the S&P 500 losing ground, 182 to the upside, Scarlett, and 1 unchanged.
All right, let's take a look at the IMAP, which shows the 11 sectors of the S&P 500. Only 2 groups moved more than 1%. On the upside, it was communication services led by Verizon, gaining 1.9%. On the downside, energy stocks losing about 1% on the day as oil prices decline. Consumer discretionary and materials also finishing the day with modest gains.
All right, so a fair amount of green there. So let's get to some of the individual gainers. No surprise, I'm going to start with Verizon, ticker VZ. It is the #1 gainer in the S&P 500, up as much as 5.5% intraday, finishing with a gain of about 4%. This is after the company reported second quarter results that beat expectations. They raised their profit outlook, buoyed by wireless price increases and recent tax legislation. Lots of talk about Spectrum as well. And this is despite seeing a net loss of about 51,000 monthly consumer wireless subscribers. Our team here at Bloomberg doing an interview with the CEO, so check it out at Bloomberg.com. But nonetheless, definitely an outperformer. Got to talk about Block, ticker XYZ. This one up as much as 9% intraday, hitting the highest intraday since mid-February. Jack Dorsey's fintech firm set to join the S&P 500. Stock finishing with a gain of more than 7%. Those changes going into the S&P will happen prior to the start of trading on July 23rd. So in just a couple of days here. Evercore ISI, they came out saying they expect increased interest in the name. No surprise, right? Those who do index funds will have to tap into this name, but they also said it will translate into incremental passive and active asset management's tracking it. So you're going to be seeing a lot more interest in it. And just one more, Open Door. I know you guys, I'm assuming, talked about it last week. Up as much as 120% today, finishing the day with a gain of about 42%. That was after quite a surge last week. The hedge fund manager, you guys, I'm sure, talked about it. Their social media endorsement making it the latest stock to experience what you could call as a speculative retail-driven rally.
So we're back, I guess.
More than 20%, though, of the float is shorted. So, yeah, it's a little crazy.
Okay, that's on the crazy side of... It's down still like 95% from those highs back in 2021 or something.
I know. So perspective on that.
Yeah, I mean, triple-digit gains are always something. Hey, on the decliner side, the worst performer in the S&P 500, EQT Corporation, an energy firm. Gas producers and energy-related shares tracked U.S. natural gas futures lower today. We did see that futures were down by the most in more than 3 weeks. Weather forecasts, interestingly enough, for late July shifted a bit cooler. Production continued running high. So we did see these stocks under pressure today. EQT Corp, again, the worst performer on a percentage basis in the S&P 500, down 9.5% today. How about a little Domino's? The company reported results before the bell today, and shares were initially higher. They were up as much as 6.5% earlier in the session, but it did reverse gains. The company reported comp sales growth in the second quarter that topped Wall Street estimates. It turns out the Parmesan stuffed crust pizza attracted new customers. It boosted same-store sales, according to company executives on the call. Have you had this?
I'm sorry, is the Parmesan on top of the crust, or is it
it's inside the crust? I thought, when I heard about this, I thought that Pizza Hut was the first company, like, 3 decades ago to do stuffed crust pizza.
Yeah, Pizza Hut is OG. But
okay, right? Didn't they have those ads when we were kids that you like eat the pizza backwards?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm a New York snob. I don't eat Pizza Hut or Domino's.
You're here.
Oh my gosh.
Love you, Scarlett.
You're listening to you too.
I mean, come on.
Yeah, I agree, but there are a lot of people who don't live in New York, guys, who
You
eat
guys
a lot
just
of this
stand
pizza.
on the street corner, fold that greasy slice over, and step over the rats and eat your.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. I'll do that every day and twice on Sunday.
All right, that's Scarlett Fu, ladies and gentlemen. Domino's down 0.8%, reversing those earlier gains. Shares of Lululemon falling today by 2.9%. Watching shares, they've been under pressure this year, down 42% so far this year. Kim Basine, who covers the space, had a great article out last week that everybody should check out. It's about this analyst at Jefferies who's logging the core black leggings, their vital products that are rarely discounted. He says they're piling up at outlet stores. Ooh. It's an alarming issue for Lululemon. It shows that erosion in core demand for the brand's clothes is facing a lot of competition from these smaller upstarts that I guess everybody's wearing now.
That's a big change for them.
The basic black leggings are on sale, and there's too many of them?
That's what Kim Basine is reporting via Jefferies.
It's just so much competition now, right? I mean, you remember years ago, I mean, Lululemon was untouchable, primarily because if you wanted that aesthetic and that quality, that was pretty much the only place to get it. And now, everyone's in the game right now.
They're not all the same, though. Gotta tell you.
I agree.
Right?
What are you wearing? What are you wearing?
Yeah.
You like aloe? What do you?
I do have aloe, but I do aloe. Yeah. But I love my Lululemon. They last forever. I have stuff that's like 10, 15.
I agree.
Right?
So, yep.
Yeah. Just saying.
Whatever happened to aloe
Not transparent, by the way.
Yeah. Let's take a quick look at yields here. We did see, of course, big movements in the yield space on the day, mostly to the downside. Nevertheless, the steepening of that curve continues. And there's been a lot of talk about the moves that we saw today, the idea of whether that might actually be a little bit of a haven bid, the idea that people are bidding back into treasuries, particularly with that April 1st deadline coming up next week for tariffs. And, of course, that's the same week as a Fed meeting. So the idea between that, the Fed meeting, and, of course, earnings, whether there is a need to maybe protect yourself for potential downside risk.
All right, folks, we have a little bit of a theme here and some stories that caught our attention. It has to do with food and beverages. We're going to start with the food side of that. And the heiress, the billionaire owner of In-N-Out Burger, Lindsay Snyder, apparently, first of all, In-N-Out, so iconic when it comes to California, right? That's where they are.
SoCal too, yep.
Right? Exactly. Well, apparently, she's moving with her family to Tennessee, citing that raising a family is not easy and doing business is not easy in California.
The company started construction on a 100,000 square foot office building in Franklin. It's just outside of Nashville. It's expected to complete the construction next year. It'll open its first restaurant in the States then as well. No news yet on whether or not we'll see any In-N-Out burgers here in California. So I guess, Scarlett, you're stuck with Domino's and Pizza Hut.
I'm not a big fan of In-N-Out burgers, but I was looking at the tax rate, and
you cannot please Scarlett.
I know. I don't think they're as tasty as they could be. California's corporate tax rate 8.84%. Tennessee's corporate tax rate a flat 6.5%. So,
are you a fan?
But they're not moving the company though.
They're no.
So I mean, this is just her personal thing that she gave on this evangelical podcast. But they're keeping the company based in California.
Well, there's no income tax in Tennessee, so there you go, state income.
But they are going to open up some In-N-Outs in Tennessee too, and they're not planning to go across the country or anything. But
so eventually they might creep their way towards New York. We'll wait to see if that happens. It's mid-July, late July.
Are you going to eat it? I mean, you're a pizza snob. You're probably a New York burger snob.
I am a burger snob.
Do you have burgers in New York?
We
You know
have
who used to
burgers
do a
in New
great
York.
burger? You know who used to do a great burger? PJ Clark's, and they would do it with Bernays.
You know what has great burgers? Burger Joint.
What are we
Have you guys
talking
ever had
about?
burger joint?
Bernays on a burger? You haven't lived until you tried
Fancy
that.
hamburger.
Oh my gosh.
All right, you know what's really fancy, Scarlett? Pumpkin spice lattes.
Okay, I'm out of all these conversations.
Hold on, it's mid to late July. It's way too early to be talking about that.
Apparently that people are they're coming back to the menus in August 26th.
Too early.
August 26th, just in time for what?
Labor Day.
Labor Day,
Okay.
yeah. Back to school. Back to school pumpkin
Yes.
spice latte.
Is it an iced pumpkin
Because
spice latte?
in the dog days of August, nothing hits the spot than a hot, steaming pumpkin
It'll be
spice
right next to
latte.
the Halloween decoration.
I bet you could find an iced one.
Yeah, sure.
It's too early. It's too
Or
early.
not.
Aren't you glad we're all back? Okay.
Might as well be Christmas.
All right, that's a wrap. Our cross-platform, we got to run. Cross-platform, radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals.
Are you sure you're back? Carol's back. She's
don't
back.
know. I don't know where I am.
She attested she's back.
All right, those guys are continuing on TV. We're going to continue here on radio, and we will see you again, same time, same place tomorrow.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. That's Carol Masser. I'm Tim Stenivek.
Yes.
You can't get that burger anymore?
Which burger?
PJ Clark's?
No, I think you can still.
Okay.
It's been a while, but my husband and I used to love to go. And then we've done that where we've made Bernays, like left over from a night of having steaks, and then you make a burger and you put it on a burger. It's really good.
It sounds great.
It's really good.
We've had a couple weekends of burgers at home.
Try it with some Bernays.
Summer, that's like what you do in summer, grill some burgers.
You do. Some hot dogs.
Yeah.
I don't know. Do you guys?
No dogs in the house.
Yeah, all right. Not that we embrace dogs.
Hey, let's talk trade, particularly between the U.S. and the European Union, because EU envoys are set to meet as early as this week to formulate a plan for measures to respond to a possible no-deal scenario with U.S. President Donald Trump, whose tariff negotiating position is seen to have stiffened ahead of that August 1st deadline. The overwhelming preference is to keep negotiations in Washington on track in a bid for an outcome to the impasse ahead of next month's deadline. We've got with us Dara O'Brien, Minister for Transport, Climate and Energy and the Environment for the Republic of Ireland. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Welcome. How are you?
Thank you. I'm great. Great. Delighted to be here. We arrived into New York Saturday evening, so doing a bit of work down at the UN today on the Sustainable Development Goals. So gave the national statement on that. The pleasure to drop into Bloomberg today. I'm meeting a lot of partners, business partners, and a lot of bilaterals on the political side between now and next Wednesday evening before I fly back to Dublin. But I'm over and back to the States a lot.
Well, we're glad you made time for us on this trip, and we want to talk a little bit about trade, and we'll talk about the UN stuff in a little bit.
Sure.
I'm curious how you're looking at this from the perspective of your country and the United States as being an important trading partner. There's so many U.S. businesses, whether they're pharmaceutical companies, whether they're tech companies with a large presence in Ireland. How are you looking at this from your perspective with trade tensions?
Well, look, I think firstly, our trade negotiation is done, as you know, at an EU level, and obviously we have big input into that. And I think if you take a step back, take the EU and US trade, it's the largest trading relationship in the world, and it's worked well for both. And it's been positive. And if there are imbalances in certain areas, that can be certainly looked at through negotiations. So obviously our preference is that there's a negotiated settlement. The EU has to be ready to respond. We hope that is not the case. I think from what I hear from colleagues and who are directly involved as well, the negotiations in the background have been done in a very businesslike and positive way. Then if I look at Ireland, if we were to look at our own trading relationship with the United States is very much on a partnership basis. Like I think, 350 billion a year is invested by Irish firms in the United States. We're the 6th biggest investor in the US, employing over 200,000 people. And we're very fortunate to have very significant US investment in Ireland. So that relationship is worth about $1 trillion a year between both the US and Ireland alone. And that relationship underpins tens of thousands of jobs on both sides of the Atlantic, good incomes for people, good jobs, and obviously Ireland is used as an entry into the European Union market, which is a big market for US firms. So like we're delighted, we host 9 of the top 10 US firms on the tech side are European headquartered in Ireland. Indeed, if we look at the pharma side, because our education system is very good, we have the highest level of third-level graduates, we have a flexible workforce, we have a competitive tax regime, and we're still seeing that expansion. But I suppose what happens in this space is a lot of firms are holding off on making decisions around the uncertainty. Right. And that's why getting to a conclusion, I think, is very important.
A couple of things we want to touch on, Dark. So when it comes to the sectoral tariff on pharmaceuticals in particular, what can Ireland take from the U.S.? Kind of what is your landing zone? Is it 5%? Is it 10%? Is it 20%? How do you think about it? Give us.
Well, how I think about it, firstly, our Minister for Trade, who's our Deputy Prime Minister, actually met with U.S. pharma firms just like in the last week. And that the manufacturing of pharmaceuticals is actually done, really, a lot of our product that comes out of Ireland is actually finished in the United States. So and is sold back into the United States, but finished here. So, I think the imposition of any tariff on the pharma sector would not be welcome. And I think that's
so the landing zone, even 5%.
Well, I suppose I'm just acutely aware that I'm not, like, obviously part of the Irish government, that we're briefed as well on this. But I think the importance of pharma, not just in Ireland, but across the EU and indeed in the United States, where we have, a good trading relationship on pharma, any change to that and that cost base is going to have an impact. So I don't want to sit on a number. I think really for pharma, we were, it would be better if there were sectors that there were carve-outs, like aviation as well, which is a critically important one too. Pharma also. So we just, look, I suppose I don't want to speculate on what that landing zone would look like.
That's fair. Well, you mentioned aviation. This is a really important one. You are one of the EU member states most in favor of a softer response to U.S. tariffs. Yet our reporting suggests that the EU is preparing to potentially retaliate with tariffs on Boeing, for example, as well as possible digital services tax that will affect two big industries that are important to the Irish economy. If the EU retaliates, what will Ireland do to try to protect these industries?
Well, I think what Ireland has done with the EU colleagues is actually put forward the case for various sectors about how interconnected we are. If you take Boeing, for argument's sake, and I've met with Boeing, like Ireland and Irish aviation firms are the largest customers of Boeing. Yeah. Like I think about 900 planes on order with Boeing. It's, we actually leasing and aircraft leasing and you've leasing not just of aircrafts, but of aircraft parts, like of engines and that. There's second-hand planes, for argument's sake, that are refurbed that you could look at, they might be tariffed twice. So it's a very, very complex sector. I think, to be fair to the sector here in the United States as well, I've been able to explain that to colleagues here in the States and also at a European level. And it is a very big, like Ireland will have the largest footprint of aircraft leasing pretty much in the world. So we have firms like AirCap that would have a very significant footprint here in the United States. I was in their new office in Miami just earlier this year. Right. So I just think on the aviation side, I suppose it's when you're looking at tariffs, like our belief, the European Union, is tariffs are not a good thing, full stop. So if you got to start from that premise, and then you got to work back from that to see what's workable.
Dara, we want to go where you kicked off. You were over at the UN. We think about sustainable development. At the same time, there's so much, it seems to be, around the globe going on in terms of development of data centers. How do we do that in a way that doesn't just wreak more havoc on our current climate?
Yeah, I think, look, we in Ireland...
And is there a global understanding that we need to do this safely?
I think to be fair to the sector itself, like data and new data is where it's going to be at. So like the advancements in technologies are here and they will continue to advance even quicker than any of us would have ever imagined. If you look at AI, for everything that we do, our mobile phone, the screens in front of us here, there's a data capture and there's data storage there. So data centers are here. What we've got to look at is how they can be more efficiently built and how energy is more efficiently used. So Ireland has actually been very successful at attracting data centers in, and we want to continue to do that. They are large energy users, though. So I think what we need to do is to be looking, and in fairness to the sector as well, is looking at, the energy they use, what they consume, how that energy can be reused, the waste energy piece, and also linking up renewables. And there is a lot of interest within not just interest, it's actually there are proposals within that space. So you would have green technology parks, for argument's sake. So data centers that would have a base energy, but then also would use further energy from renewables. So I think it can be done. I don't think they conflict with each other.
You say you're back and forth. Come back.
I will. I'd love to.
Love to continue this conversation.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Darragh O'Brien. He's the Minister for Transport, Climate, Energy and the Environment for the Republic of Ireland. This is Business Week.
It's 4:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. A record for the S&P 500 index, closing above 6,300 for the first time ever. And this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. The start of a busy week for corporate America saw stocks giving up most of their gains, but the S&P 500 index did close above 6,300. The S&P at 6,305, up 8, up by about 1 0.1%. The Dow in the final few minutes of trading lost 19 points today, down less than 0.1%. NASDAQ up 78, record close there, up 0.4%. NASDAQ 100 index also at a record today, up by about 0.5%. The Russell 2000 index of small cap shares down 0.4%. 10-year 4.37%. The 2-year 3.85%. Gold up $48 the ounce at $33.97, up 1.4%, while West Texas Intermediate crude oil fell 0.5%, $67.01 a barrel. Keeping an eye on shares of NXP Semi after hours, down roughly 6%. NXP says third quarter revenue in the range of $3.05 billion to $3.25 billion. Estimates were for $3.07 billion. Recapping stocks higher, S&P up 8, gain there of 0.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie Pellet. Some news in the world of pumpkin spice today. The Starbucks pumpkin spice latte is set to return to stores in just about a month.
Nuts.
That's nuts.
Come on.
Seems nuts to me.
Summer's
August 26th.
not even over.
87 degrees in New York City today. I think it's a little too soon to think about
Do you
fall.
say, sure, I'll have a pumpkin spice latte?
I stay away from it. Okay.
Yeah, I do too.
No matter what time of year it is. Speaking of the pumpkin spice latte, one of the most read stories over the last week is about the CEO who turned around Taco Bell and then turned around Chipotle. Can he now do the same for Starbucks? For Bloomberg Business Week, Daniela Sartori interviewed investors, baristas, and Brian Niccol, the newish CEO who was lured to Starbucks with a pay package valued at about $100 million. He's been on the job for a few months, since September, so it's almost been a year, actually. The ceramic cups, a handful of made-over stores, and condiment bars are some of the changes he's betting on. Oh, and protein, too. Daniela Sartori is Bloomberg News restaurant reporter. She joins us from our Chicago bureau. She spent a lot of time with Brian Niccol. She did a lot of traveling for this story. Daniela, tell us a little bit about how Brian Niccol is doing in turning this company around.
So there's definitely been some progress. You know, Starbucks has already made some changes, like bringing back the condiment bar so people don't have to, complain to baristas about their drink being too sweet or too dark or too light. They've also started renovating some stores. They've started redesigning the menu. So definitely things that are going to make a difference. And, they do say that people are hanging out in stores more because they want to bring back that feeling of, it being like a coffee house and that they're ordering more coffee-centric drinks. But some of the big things, in terms of operations, which is such a boring word, but it matters so much when it comes to getting your drink quickly, are still being developed. Like, for example, the company is in the process of putting more workers in stores, which they are hoping will, speed up service and then also, give baristas a little time to, have a chat with you. But some of these big changes are still in the works. And so, it's definitely work in progress. And Brian himself has said that.
Well, we'll get to more on Brian in a second. But one thing that I really liked about your piece was it did a good job of laying out the challenges that Starbucks has faced in recent years. Can you talk a little bit about how it lost its way?
Absolutely. So, we can look back at sort of the pandemic. One of the things that happened was the company moved a lot to sort of that convenience-focused model, right? A lot of us weren't going to stores weren't even open. And so Starbucks actually started removing seats from stores. At the same time, there was this unionization movement ignited by several things, like baristas feeling like there was understaffing. All of that led to slower service at the company. Lines just have gotten very long. At the same time, people are like, well, this doesn't feel like a cafe anymore. And then, we also have some issues outside of the U.S., right? So, for example, China has been very slow to recover because of the country's economic situation and also just competitors that have undercut Starbucks. And so there are challenges on multiple fronts that the company has to confront right now.
It's interesting. I try to think about what it is that Starbucks has to deal with. They really kicked off, right, kind of the coffee craze, right? And, not just getting a cup of coffee from a deli, but made it so much more. But the market that they really created is now a really crowded market. So is it just that it can't be just about coffee anymore and that Starbucks has to mean something beyond that? Like, food, a cafe you hang around and you bring the family. Like, what is it that it may be? What do industry folks say it needs to be? Is it or is it just painting the cafes and making them cozier? What is it?
No, that's absolutely right. I mean, in Starbucks created this idea of sort of the third place, right? Beyond, you know, your work and your home where you could hang out, and also making coffee a little bit premium here in the US. But there's been a lot of competition that has undercut the company in terms of price, in terms of speed, and also in terms of new products. You know, if you look at places like Dutch Bros, they just have these drinks like protein coffee drinks that really appeal to demographics like Gen Z. And at the same time, you know, they've kind of pioneered a model of convenience. So it is almost like all of the above, right? Like one of the things that when you talk to Brian Niccol, he wants to make sure Starbucks stands out is by having the space, you know, having the coffee shop where you can hang out. That is something that, you know, those drive-through concepts like Dutch Bros don't really have, because by definition, they are drive-through. But at the same time, they also need to make sure that they have stuff that actually gets people in the door. And so that's why they've been also redesigning the menu. They are trying to focus on coffee because that's their heritage. And so they think that they can sort of distinguish themselves that way. But at the same time, they are adding those twists like that vanilla latte with the protein cold foam. I actually got to try it in Vegas. It's quite interesting. But you know, it's like they can't go super focused on like purist coffee. They also recognize they need to have stuff that actually like catches people's eye, if that makes sense.
Daniela, I'm curious too about Brian Niccol. He has been so quiet. I mean, Tim and I have talked to him a lot when he was at Chipotle. He was very accessible. I've done some deep dives too with him for Business Week magazine and for Bloomberg. I'm just curious, why is he kind of laying low?
It's interesting, the perception that he's laying low. I mean, I guess from my perspective, you know, since Brian joined, he's been pretty clear about his vision and his plan. So I remember he joined September 9, September 10, he actually came out with like the broad outlines of his plan. And by October, you know, they were putting him on the phone, you know, to talk to reporters about what was happening at the company. I do think that part of what's happening is that while his vision is clear in terms of what he wants to accomplish, I mean, he knows he wants to bring back the coffee house. He wants to focus on coffee. He wants to speed up service. Sometimes the underlying tactics are changing a little bit. And so, you know, the sort of direction of travel is clear. But just to give you an example, earlier this year, Starbucks said that they were going to bring more staffing to about a third of U.S. company-operated stores. So that excludes stuff like airports. It excludes Targets. Then later, they were like, no, actually, it's coming to all stores. Probably part of it was a little bit pressure from investors being like, all right, man, when are we going to start seeing results? But the tactics and sort of like the speed are changing a little bit, even though everyone knows like the direction of travel, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. You mentioned the changing menu and to get people into the door. What I learned from your story is that's a big part of Tressie Lieberman's job. Tell us about her.
So Tressie worked with Brian at Chipotle and at Taco Bell, actually. She told us that she's been working with Brian since she was in like her 20s. So she knows Brian quite a bit. And so she came over right before Starbucks. She was actually chief marketing officer at Yahoo. So she has broad experience. And so her remit is marketing. So how the company presents itself to customers, including the sort of rebranding as Starbucks Coffee Company. But also the menu, because I think they recognize that, yes, the company has had some hits, like, for example, cold foam, things like shaken espresso. One of the ways to know if something's been a hit is if competitors have copied it. And if you go to any coffee shop has those things. But at the same time, there were things they launched, like, for example, energy drinks last year that they've discontinued because they just didn't think were up to par. And so that's kind of what Tressie's doing. And she's described wanting to make the menus sort of modern and premium. And so one of some of the things they're looking at is like the protein latte, and also bringing fresh baking to Starbucks, because I don't know if this is common knowledge, but pastries at Starbucks come in a plastic bag that then gets reheated in an oven. So that doesn't really fit a definition of premium, which is, you know, they're trying to justify the prices that they are charging, and they're trying to justify the experience. So that's sort of the direction that they're moving.
I will say their little egg bites, I think, are something my daughter really likes.
People love these egg
They're
bites.
popular. They're very popular.
I know, right?
Yeah.
They're kind of nice.
And if you see that, it's
had it,
another
yeah.
example of Starbucks setting a trend that has caught on. Like even Costco sells egg bites.
Yeah.
Now, so
Can I ask you something? Wait, because I would say that we're three different generations. Do you go to Starbucks?
I do, but I also cover it. So sometimes I just go to see how things are.
Okay.
So
okay. Tim doesn't go.
I will not go unless
I don't go.
I'm falling asleep at the wheel, and it's the only place.
Right. So I think.
So why not?
You
Tim?
do go? You do go?
No, I don't go.
I don't like the coffee.
And would you go if you didn't? I mean, this might be uncomfortable, but would you go just between the three of us if you didn't cover it?
Just between the three of us in front of everyone. I think I'm going to refrain from answering that question.
Okay.
Because I wanna
You're the
keep my
smartest one
relationship
here
with
because you're not
Starbucks.
But my
getting
point
yourself in
is,
trouble.
Like, there's lots of choices.
But I will say, I
think it's tough.
Well, I only have 1 cup of coffee a day.
I know.
And I have to have it at home because I can't do anything.
He's a little bit of a prima.
Well, the thing is, I don't know. I mean, I used to drink the coffee.
Yeah.
But then you move to New York and you're like, the options for coffee here
It's nuts.
are unbelievable.
There's so many.
Yeah.
I like a French press at home.
But don't, you know, people go, Charlie Pellet goes every day.
I know.
Katie Greifeld goes every day.
I think he now likes the
And I think
doodling.
that's the question, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there is a loyal base of customers, and some of the moves that Starbucks has made, you know, in recent months, you know, they changed their rewards program. They've just changed a lot about the experience. Does that keep the loyal customers or not? And then at the same time, does it bring new people? Like, you know, maybe Brian will do something that will actually get Tim to come in the door.
No, it's not going to happen.
And it's just not going to happen. It's just not going to happen.
If it's like
He might
a
not even-
Chipotle or if it's like a Chipotle bowl or a Doritos Locos taco, then maybe.
Then maybe. I don't know. What if he improves the food? That is also part of what he's trying to do. So
Exactly, right? Like you go
We'll
and you increase the like individual purchase. Hey, 25 seconds, China. Are they gonna get China? Yeah, just quickly.
they are looking at us selling a stake there. That is the latest information that we have because the recovery has been tough and they want a local partner there to help them figure out what to do.
Because that's an important part of growth, right, for them?
Second largest market after North America, and they say they believe in it. So we'll see.
Final question. Pumpkin spice latte, too early, August 26th? Too early, right?
I don't know if it's earlier than other years, but it's not fall. It's definitely not fall. But I think it's earlier and earlier because it does give them a big sales bump. So maybe that's why.
Definitely not fall. Daniela Satori joining us, Bloomberg News restaurant reporter. Great story on the Starbucks CEO. It's a Business Week story. Check it out.
It's 4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. A record today for the S&P 500 index, closing above 6,300 for the first time ever. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, end of the day mixed. The Dow, late day fade, ended down 19, dropped there of under 1/10%. S&P at 6305, up 8, up 1/10%. Bears repeating, first close ever above 6,300. NASDAQ, a record, up 78. That was a gain of 0.4%. NASDAQ 100 index also closing at a record. 10-year, 4.37%. The 2-year, 3.85%. Gold up $47 the ounce, up 1.4%, $33.97. And West Texas Intermediate crude fell 0.5%, $66.97 a barrel. Bottom line here, an update for the Dow, update for the S&P and NASDAQ, down day for the Dow. Alan Zafran is co-founder and managing partner of IEQ Capital, and right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily, he told us he does see further gains for stocks.
I think we're going to move up higher. I think if you look at the technicals on the charts, most components of indices have not hit anywhere near their 52-week highs yet. If you look fundamentally, earnings on balance are coming in better than expected.
Alan Zafran of IEQ Capital interviewed right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. So again, recapping, stocks higher, S&P at a record, closing above 6,300, 6,305. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie Pellet. Some news today in the world of private jetting. The fractional jet ownership firm FlexJet has closed an $800 million equity investment from a consortium of strategic investors led by Al Catterton. It's the PE firm backed by French billionaire Bernard Arnault. Directional Aviation is the parent company of FlexJet. It's also the parent company of SentionJet, the private aviation company known for its jet cards. Back with us, I should say, Peter Ockerbloom. He's Chief Revenue Officer at SentionJet. He joins us from Boston. I say kind of back with us, Peter, because you were with us last month on set. Where were we, Charles? The Hamptons?
We were at Uncharted.
We were in the Hamptons.
Yeah, we were in the Hamptons, and we were all set to have this conversation with you. And suddenly the president started speaking. And as such, it is news. We had to go to the president, so we sat there and hung out with you. And that was,
yes,
we appreciate that, but you had to go back to Boston to do your job. So you're back with us. We love it. We're glad you're with us. I want to start with this FlexJet news because there's some interesting SentionJet news in here too. Ken Ricci, who's the FlexJet chair, he told the FT that rapid wealth from crypto and tech is leading to more demand of FlexJet services. Is it the same for you?
Absolutely, yeah. We see demand continuing to grow, kind of on all sides of the business, not just in the fractional or other areas, but in the jet card space. You're just seeing more people with the means now to fly privately and recognizing the value of their time and how important that is, and getting access to that time through private aviation.
Do they want to pay in crypto? And are you ready to do that?
Absolutely something that we're looking into, and some do. I don't think that is not the norm at this time. We don't get a ton of requests for that, but certainly is something that we're looking at as crypto becomes more commonplace.
How's the profile of a SentionJet customer, a jet card holder, different than somebody who's a fractional owner through FlexJet? Like, how do you serve different types of clients or different parts of the market?
Sure. In the directional family, we sort of have different storefronts for different people, right? So fractional clients tend to be, they fly quite a bit more. They fly 200 plus hours a year. They are, generally speaking, in one category of aircraft, whereas your jet card clients are flying, anywhere from 25 to 100 hours a year. And their needs vary. So they want to be able to fly various cabin sizes, depending on the needs of their travel. So with SentionJet, you can fly from a light cabin to a large cabin. There's no interchange fees. There are no penalties for flying out of cabin. So it's great. It's a great mission-specific tool, whether you're traveling for business or pleasure.
All right, we're going to ask it because Tim and I just looked and said, did we mispronounce it? What is the correct pronunciation? Because we thought we had it right.
SentionJet.
SentionJet.
Yeah, we got it.
Yep.
Is there an extra? Okay,
Yeah,
so
we got
we weren't off. Okay, we just want to make sure.
Carol,
we
if you have to ask,
I know, but we like to
you
get
got no
it
jet
right.
card. Okay.
I mean, and both
if you
of
have
us
to ask, you got no
both
jet
of us
card.
looked at each other. Exactly. I do not have a jet card. Tell us about, and I know we've talked with you before. Maybe we talked with you on air. Where we are coming off of the pandemic, when it seemed like all of a sudden there was, not even seemed like, there was a surge in demand for private jet usage. Where are we from that point?
Sure. So, you know, our company's now, you know, up to about 6,700 clients. We've flown over 1 million passengers. We've flown about 228 million miles. A lot of those new clients came post-pandemic, you know, and during the pandemic when private flying went from being a luxury to a utility. And many of those folks have hung around. So the business continues to grow. The business continues to evolve. We see tremendous demand still, you know, from people that came into the market and never left. Some of them certainly went back to, you know, whether they were doing commercial or charter or whatnot. But the stickiness of those clients, once they get exposed to private aviation and they realize how efficient it is and how much time it gives them back in their travels, it's hard for them to leave.
How are you adjusting your fleet based on demand?
So we continually optimize the operator network at Ascension Jet. So we're always thinking about where are our aircraft located, where is the flying happening predominantly. You know, there are certain corridors that are hotter than others, and making sure that we're able to meet the demands of the client in every category of aircraft. So again, from light cabins to large cabin, you know, making sure that we have the aircraft that are in demand and, you know, are available to us in whatever part of the country we need them to be.
I asked about your fleet and you answered in a way that made me question if I'm asking the right question. You said operator network. So do you
Ascension Jet
do you own any aircraft?
Ascension does not own the aircraft. So we're a non-owned fleet. It is essentially how we are a non-owned operator network. So we have about 1,000 operators around the country, 1,000 aircraft around the country through various operators that we have deep and long-standing relationships with, that we've been doing business with some of them since we began and invented the jet card almost 25 years ago. And they go through the same safety vetting that any other aircraft provider would provide. And as a matter of fact, even more rigorous through the Ascension Certified Safety Program.
What about Drake's 767?
That one is not in our program.
It's not in the network. Okay. All right. Just checking. Apparently, he showed off on Instagram this like updated version of his 767 last night.
Yeah.
Apparently.
But
anyway.
But not.
It's like $185 million.
But who does own these planes? And how do you make sure? I'm assuming you're not going to work with somebody that maybe causes problems, right? In terms of safety, security, and all that good stuff. So, like, who is the network?
Absolutely. So the network is every single one of our operators is vetted through our Ascension certification protocols. So what that means is we vet the operator, we vet the pilots, we vet the aircraft on each and every flight. So that if there was some sort of an incident, there was a mechanical issue of some kind, there was an issue with any kind of crew or operator, those aircraft are immediately taken out of the network. So we couldn't choose them if we want to, but they are reputable operators all across the country. In some cases, they're private owners who want to make use of their aircraft when they're not using it. And in other cases, they're corporate owners who want to do the same thing.
I am curious too. You know, we kicked off earlier in our 2 o'clock hour, Peter, talking about air safety coming off of that Delta flight and the B-52 bomber, that close midair, and him, obviously, the pilot of the Delta, maneuvering around it, but it certainly caught him off guard. I am curious what the skies, have they gotten more crowded? Is it more difficult for some of these? And I do wonder with some of the commercial airlines, and there seems to be, it just seems like we're hearing about more issues and problems. Are more people who can obviously afford it opting to do private aviation?
You know, safety is always at the forefront for Ascension Jet. I mean, and it always will be, right? That is the number one thing that anybody cares about, from the passenger to the company to the pilots. And, you know, essentially that these incidents that happen, like you know, when you're talking about with Delta, these happen almost every single day. They're actually a very natural part of the aviation landscape, and they have specific maneuvers called to go around. American Airlines talked about it very well. You know, that's a tool in the toolkit of both the air traffic controller and the pilot to avoid those types of things. So this is something that happens almost every day. From Ascension standpoint, there are clients, we definitely have clients that we pick up because they're just done with commercial aviation, and they just want the efficiency and the benefit of having their time back. With our clients, one of the things we found is, generally speaking, what we're starting to see is a lot of really short trips, so 72-hour travel. People going out on Thursday, coming back on Sunday. They're going to a wedding. They're going to a golf tournament. They've got an event. And so they want to make the most use of their time. And what better way to do that than to fly with Ascension Jet?
Are you noticing a difference in demand patterns and clientele? Are they getting younger? Are they looking for something different than they looked for a few years ago? Help us understand this demographic.
Sure. So we're definitely seeing a younger demographic coming into the market, and we expect that to continue. We're sort of sitting on the cusp. I'm sure you talk about this every day. We're sitting on the cusp of the greatest transition of wealth, generational wealth, probably in our lifetime. And when that happens, you're going to see more and more people come into the market. Post-COVID, when people realize that they could actually work just about anywhere, you find now a lot of people going in between homes. So you find people that, who would typically have gone to their vacation home for a week or, 5 or 6, 4 or 5 days. Now they're going for a month. Now they're going for 3 months. They're doing a lot of travel between homes. They're doing a lot of travel between vacation residences outside of the country, in some of the islands. And, and then we see the main corridors. So, northeast to Florida, lots of flying out to Aspen from the East Coast. The Caribbean, Mexico, the Bahamas, all popular destinations. And then Europe in the summer is in high demand.
Are you ever able to use FlexJet's fleet to satisfy demand from Ascension Jet?
We use it as needed, sparingly, to be honest. We do have access to the fleet, and it is a nice benefit for Ascension to be able to use the fleet when needed. But, primarily those aircraft are designed to be used by their owners and leveraged in that way. And we have expanded our network to ensure that we have enough availability of the right aircraft in the right place at the right time to make sure we can meet the demand.
All right, you sound pretty upbeat, Peter. What kind of worries you as you look at the outlook? We certainly have an environment where things can change rapidly, and there are a lot of scenarios that leaders seem to be kind of putting out for their teams because they're just not quite sure about things. What aren't you sure about when you look at the outlook?
I think there's always going to be uncertainty, whether it's within a change administration or different, macroeconomic factors that are going on. The thing that we focus on at Ascension is we sort of sit in the middle of the aviation ecosystem, right? So there are going to be people at a time who are doing more consistent flying with charter that a jet card makes more sense for them. There are going to be people that are currently in a fraction, and through lifestyle changes or potentially aging out, a jet card makes more sense for them. So I don't worry so much about what's happening. I think more about how do we accommodate those folks who are ready for a jet card and make sure that we give them that gift of time when that happens.
So Tim, Falcon 900, Gulfstream 4.
Keep going.
Where do you want to go?
I'll go anywhere on a jet. Doesn't matter.
We'll come get you.
Sounds good.
He will so be ready, Peter. No
Doesn't
doubt.
matter if it's a flight from here to Philly. I'll do
it. Peter, be well. We're so glad we could finally catch up with you and already look
Thank you so much for making the time.
You bet. Same for you. Peter Ackerblum, he is Chief Revenue Officer at Ascension Jet, joining us from Boston.
Let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. I'm Tim Stenovec along with Carol Masser, and we're joined by Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Denitsa Sikova. Denitsa, kind of an interesting trade today. Stocks off their best levels of the day, but no shortage of movers. What did you find?
Let's start with Block. It's set to join the S&P 500 index. Obviously, a massive milestone for digital payments and crypto and mainstream finance. What we're seeing is obviously Coinbase joined the S&P 500. We have Strategy joining the NASDAQ. And this has had a massive impact on those companies. So, for example, Block today surged 7%. The ticker is XYZ. And when those companies obviously join those benchmark, they open a whole world of passive investments. And that's been a big boost to the kind of crypto and digital payments industry companies that have joined so far. Because you can imagine a lot of the money they get is retail money. So this is slightly different, potentially some more institutional players and retail, of course. So Block has evolved and it's richly offering peer-to-peer transfers. Now it has offered actually loans, consumer loans, merchant services. Obviously has like a big impact in crypto. That's something they provide in their Square terminals. It's, of course, a Jack Dorsey company, so he's had a long history with Bitcoin. Today, we saw 2 upgrades from JP Morgan and Baird, so there is a lot of optimism based on the whole universe of active investment.
People are going to have to buy it.
Yes. No other choice.
Jack Dorsey, his title?
What?
Chairman and head block.
Not head blockhead.
No, head block.
Cool.
Yeah.
It's not
This is the
Blockhead.
company formerly known as Square. They had the ticker SQ,
But it moved to Block, which is...
No, I looked at the ticker.
Makes
I'm like,
sense.
what?
XYZ.
Well, because they're in more than just, it's not just Square.
Yeah, and not to be confused with Alphabet, which is like alphabet.xyz.
Right.
When they
Oh,
changed their name
true.
from Google. I'm like, come on, guys. Can
Too
you
many name
not-
changes.
XYZ.
But a
Yeah.
cool ticker. A cool ticker.
It is a cool
You know,
ticker.
probably, they probably got a consultant in, and it probably cost them lots of money to figure out this ticker.
Yes.
Just
I know.
just like Masters back.
You know, his total compensation, Jack Dorsey,
Yeah.
in 2024 was $3.
Wow.
Same with 2023, 2022, and then in 2021 he accepted $1.
He can lift it now.
He's has a net worth according to the Bloomberg Billionaires Index of $5.6 billion. So
It's
does not come
coming
from his
that.
salary. Yeah.
Yes.
All right, let's talk about
Interesting
pizza.
stuff. I think it's cool.
Yeah, pretty cool.
DPZ, Domino's Pizza. Everybody is kind of talking about this one today.
Yeah, there was so much hype going into the day. It had a big spike. It surged about 4%. It actually closed the day 1% lower. It's interesting. Higher revenue in the second quarter. One reason people are not so optimistic is it missed on second quarter profit expectations. Citi is also saying that some of the choppy trading which we're seeing could be part to U.S. comparable sales. The company didn't boost their guidance. But that said, people were very excited about the stuffed crust. It was a lot of talk on the earnings call. The pizza said that the offering attracted new customers and provided a boost to the company top line. They're now working with DoorDash and one more delivery platform, and the stuffed crust is available. So it was kind of a major part of the earnings call, and it was bringing a lot of euphoria until it didn't. But still, the stock is up 10% year to date.
I'm just going to throw this out there. According to Wikipedia,
Yeah.
Yes.
Pizza Hut introduced the stuffed
They were
crust
the
pizza.
first. I heard that conversation. People were debating this in the newsroom.
Because you heard us talking about this? Yeah. This was 1995. I remember the ads when I was a kid.
Yeah.
And they would like serve pizza backwards and you'd start crust first. That was the
Wow.
ad. Pizza was so big when I was, I'm millennial. It was big when I was a kid.
Pizza is always big.
Been big for a long time.
Pizza Hut, I said.
Oh, Pizza
Pizza
Hut. Oh, I
Hut.
thought you said pizza.
Oh, yeah, I heard the same.
What?
So it's just a throwback. it's an old working trend that's bringing hype again.
Are you a stuffed crust kind of person?
I'm
Are you
definitely not. No.
I like
no,
my thin crust,
Exactly.
cold,
no.
cooked.
The
Yeah,
cheese should be in the middle.
Fine,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Absolutely. I'm with you.
Friday nights,
tomatoes.
pizza night at Carol's house.
It is
Excited.
Pizza night at our house.
Cannot
too,
wait.
So.
All right, IVZ, where do we go?
Yes, Invesco shares are up about a little bit over 1%. It's an interesting story. We've been following QQQ, which obviously is one of their biggest ETFs. It's 355 billion of ETFs. Pretty much they weren't making money of it. So they're converting the structure. It's becoming an open-end fund. And previously it was unit investment trust. So that's unlocking a whole new source of revenue. The company actually surged 11% on Friday, a big surge today. And now it's up more than 16% this year, which happened pretty much in the last 2 days. There was a massive spike. The expense ratio is just 20 basis points, but you can imagine of such a massive fund.
Yeah, exactly.
For example, TD Cowen is expecting that to unlock 100 million of revenue a year. They just upgraded the company to buy. So there is a lot of optimism of something that's kind of a very niche ETF news story, but it's really moving the story.
Very
the
niche.
stock. Yeah,
Last week was a huge move.
it was a big 11% in one day.
In one day, higher.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
Wow. This is what I missed.
This is what you missed.
This is what you missed.
Go back and
20
Google.
basis point.
Actually, 15%.
Oh, 15. Oh, yeah.
It ended up closing on Friday 15%
Incredible.
higher.
Double-digit gains.
Denitsa Sikova,
Good stuff.
Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter. For more conversations like this, check out our new Stock Movers podcast. Subscribe for 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Check out Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
That does it for us, folks.